Greetings, friends. Welcome back to True Crime Metrix. We are going to be continuing our catalogue of jailhouse calls between Charlie Adelson and Mother Donna that occurred post Charlie's conviction, but pre Donna's arrest. Of course, Donna Adelson will be soon to be facing trial on the 19th of August. Sorry for being a couple of minutes late. I was just taking a picture of our latest piece of equipment purchased today. We're bringing technology to the studio, the Metrix studio. So I wanted to share that with you all. It's going to take me a couple of minutes to get it from the phone to the other place. But I can do that a little later on, so look forward to that. I love it. It's fantastic. Welcome everybody in the chat, if there is anybody in the chat. I don't have the chat. Where is the chat? Welcome. Is this live? You know what the last comment on the last night's broadcast was? I don't know who it was, but they just chimed in, popped in to say, "This ain't live." And he was correct, because I went to reply and, I couldn't, because we'd ended our broadcast. I'm not sure what that individual was hoping to achieve with their assertion, but it was, it's just like, is that it? Is it live? I don't know. It is live, right? We're all here. You exist. Okay, we need to get some chat going on. Welcome everybody in the chat. Welcome. Yeah, so we're going to be running from call 11 all the way up to call 14 today, folks. Call 14 is a long one, so we're going to be packing in the hours. We hope you stay with us. Okay, so we need to copy. Shall I just play this already? We know where we are. Last night was call 10. That was the call that Donna Adelson got her hot mic. Her microphone was microwaved by the heat, and all the police heard her plan. All the law enforcement people, they heard her plan. We're gonna run away or kill ourselves. And then she took a big issue when she was finally arrested that they put her on suicide watch. Chief Mac, he's a caring person. Right. So that's where we are. I believe Charlie Adelson is going to tell us in the beginning of call 11 how much he is enjoying the showers. Uh-oh.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from...
That's wrong. That's yesterday's video. I'm prepared. I'm so prepared.
Mom.
Hey, honey, what's the matter?
Hey, yeah, nothing. The phone just went down, so it took me a while to call.
I figured it did it like 5 times already, and then when I was talking to you, I realized you're not hearing me, so I waited, then I hung up.
And then I tried to get my PIN number to work, and my PIN number was in use, so I kept hanging up and calling back, so sorry.
Oh, I knew it had to be something. So,
but I didn't go anywhere.
Did you hear the part about Rick and Susan are here? Did you hear that?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that need addressing very quickly, and I called Susan. It's all Roman, and it's because certain accounts had to be pulled, not because we wanted to, but we were forced to, so I needed to straighten things out for Roman, and I had to do it fast. And Susan was very kind, and she and Rick got here about 10 minutes before your first phone call. So they're here, and she's doing all kinds of paperwork with Dad, and I'm doing some other stuff with we're going to get everything straightened out, okay? It has to get done, and unfortunately, there's a time on this, which I wish wasn't the case.
Yeah, the airline's not waiting, so there is a time limit. We only have so much time before the jetway is closed.
I don't even know what to say.
There's nothing to say. There's nothing to say. You got shafted is what happened. You got shafted.
No, I fucking knew it. I mean, it wasn't even like I just should have gone with my gut. And like, fucking
Oh my God, gone with my gut.
It wasn't even, it honestly wasn't even, it was literally like, you
Okay, does everybody want to see the new piece of technology just purchased today for the Metrix studio? I am impressed. I think I've got it right here to show y'all. Look at that. Look at that. For months, some of you will be familiar with how much I love lemon water. And for months and months and months and years and years and years, I've just been squeezing my lemons into a glass like some dumb ape. And then I found this thing. And what it is you cut the lemon in half and you push it onto this squeezy thing. And then you see that grid, or not really a grid, the kind of sieve that collects all of the pips, and then you can just pour it into your glass. Fresh lemon juice. It was €1. Why didn't I know about these? It was the best thing. Do you know how much juice I got out of this lemon? Sound issues. Sound issues. How's that? Is that better? Yeah, you know how much juice I got out of this lemon? I mean, the whole thing. More than double what I would usually get, I think. And it's a good thing too, because it's, I thought it was hot today. And then when I was coming back from finding this thing, there was this old Portuguese lady shouting at me in the street. But that's just how they talk. I mean, they sound angry even when they're just saying hello for some reason. So I was like, what do you want, lady? And she was telling me in Portuguese, oh, it's very cool today. But tomorrow, Monday, and all next week, it's going to be like an oven. I was like, what the fuck? I'm just sweat pouring off my forehead. I thought I was in the oven. What is this we're in now? The fucking grill? It's my own fault. It's my own fault. I chose to live in a place located exactly 3.5 miles from the surface of the sun. But I am very happy with this purchase. How's the sound? Is it better sound? We've really got to get a system going with like a constant sound check, Amy, you've got my number. Don't be worried. Just hassle me until it's perfect. Okay, so we're going to continue with this. We're going to continue.
get an appeal, 1 in a million. Go get a fucking new retrial. Most people who get a new retrial don't have a case like mine. My case will have more median on the retrial than there was on this trial. There is no way. I mean, what am I going to do? Get another case now happening? Going to move it to somewhere in the panhandle? Like, wherever you try this case, it's going to be the same shit with the bloggers and the press and the this and the that. It's like, Dan said to me, like, look, it was very real. They said, look, we're going to try. We're going to look at everything. You never know when something pops up. 9 months from now, a juror can write something that's stupid, and you can find out something was done improper. Then you got to try the case again, obviously.
Right.
It's like the same. It's like we went in there with the same mentality, but it's like what Kaplan did for her closing with all the lines and the made-for-TV drama of all of what she put up. Like, there will never be another outcome with what she did up there, with the pictures being left up there for 5-10 minutes at a time. Like, she dumped it down and put in a bunch of lies, and it was like
She dummied it down. She dummied it.
If we have any lawyers in the house, does it say anywhere in the rules of court procedure, whatever, Yeah, when you show an image, you can't show it more than 30 seconds. Then it comes down. What is this thing? Like, oh, she left that picture up there. Minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The picture they saw what we did.
Down for a bunch of dummies, and it flew.
Yeah, and that's who was buying it.
She dumbed it down for a bunch of dummies. Yeah, that's how to impress the appellate court.
She put on her Tallahassee show and put on some emails that were written by somebody else and took segments of the text messages out and then and then twisted everything around and shoved Wendy's, the white successful girl's book that she wrote that she was so proud of while she was dissing Tallahassee, in the book. Like, what happens to me? It makes people hate you. They hate you. And you're hating on them and their town. Now you're here. That was not a closing of like sentences or like credible people. It was the closing of like, what do you think's going on, guys? Use your noodle.
I know.
If you think he's guilty, he's both guilty. Like, if I would have known what I was dealing with, trust me, I would have followed my fucking gut with a lot of things.
I know. Believe me.
It was a fucking joke. It was a fucking joke. And instead, I don't follow my gut. I don't listen to other people that really give me good advice. And then I sit there and I'm like, believing in the system. Like, no, maybe the system works. It's not. The system wasn't meant to deal with cases like this. Not when it's on the radio, TV, newspaper, bloggers, podcasts. Everybody in the house having their blocking. It's just such a fucking clusterfuck.
Yeah.
It's nothing else but
That's
that.
what it was. That's exactly what it was.
To the point that you're putting in things that have nothing to do with the case, and you're losing nothing. Made up friends, made up things they say you said. Like, so Dan said, like, look, you gotta be strong and like you're gonna have to like make a life for yourself in prison until you get out. So you can win an appeal and get a new trial and win a trial and then you get out.
Doesn't that just sound like a load of hassle? You might say, just give it up. Do you think he has? The thing is, as bad as a time as he might be having in jail, there are still occasions where he laughs or shares an interesting conversation or looks forward to something, like little things. It might be the best thing for him as a soul on this earth, to go without all of that glitzy bling shit he had stuffed into his life, just have it all removed. 4 walls, wash basin, prison bed.
You got to get all 12 people in that next trial vote your way. Not 11, 12. That's all. That's all. It's like, trust me, if whatever it has this time, it's going to have twice the amount of people next time that are paying attention if I was limited on appeal. If there's not other people that are trying to appeal the same case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Believe me.
So I just feel like I feel partly like a fucking idiot for not going with my gut instinct.
Believing, I know.
Like it's not like I just voice my opinion on things, but I'm fine. I just go in and out, like just go. The prison going making me go crazy in this fucking cell.
I know.
And then I think about it, and I'm fine. So I think about rolling. I think about other things, and I just lose it.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
You understand? It's like, I called up Janet.
Yeah.
I told her, asked her, she's like, oh, first I want Buddy.
I can't say it again. I told her what?
She wants
them. I said,
and I said, no, I'm not kicking you out of the house. I said, I just need I said, the place is either going to get rented or sold. I have no idea which one. It's my parents are going to be dealing with it. But she's like, well, when I move out, I won't want to take one of these 2 TV sets. I go, Janet, don't take the fucking TV set. I'm like, you're going to leave a wall and you're going to go put a TV set on. I'm not buying a TV set. Like, go buy a TV set for $500. You can buy a 16-inch set instead. Yeah. Not a TV. I'm like,
you got to be kidding.
Yeah. I thought she was kidding when she first said it.
Janice was really hard done by that she didn't at least get a TV out of this, right? I mean, and Charlie's excuse was, no, there'll just be this huge bracket on the wall. I'd have said, I'll take the bracket. I want that for my wall. I'll put some poly filler in there, lick of paint, you'll never know. You'll never know a TV was there.
Seriously. I think she was serious. And I'm like, Janice, like, it's got brackets on the wall. Someone's going to walk in. And the place has to be shown. It's either going to be rented or sold. It has to be staged. You can't just pull it off the wall.
Exactly.
Ooh. I thought she was kidding. She was serious, but I said her straight. She understood when I said, like, the place can't look looted. It has these big brackets on the wall, just for used TV set. Get yourself for $500, you can buy a 16-inch set. So she understood. But I said, listen, I'm not kicking you out of the house. I said my parents will probably reach out to you by maybe Friday or something, or instead of them calling you, I said you call them. I told her that you got the seat cushions at Jerry's patio. I guess we probably already paid for them, right?
I did, but I could send her a picture of the paperwork and she can go get it.
Yeah, she said she would go pick it up for you. You don't have to go up there and do that.
Yeah, I think it's
so I'm like, no.
For 2 more days. So.
Okay. So I told her that's great. I'll tell my parents and you can pick it up.
Yeah.
And I said, listen, I don't know what they're doing with the house. I don't, I'm not going to be there. I don't,
We'll deal with it. It's just that's, we've got a few other things that have to be done. So I'm not going to rush, and I'm certainly not kicking her out of the house. I just want her.
So who are you, says the healthiest psychological benefit for Charlie is that he is physically and mentally distancing from his mom and sister. I bet he has a better perspective, though not taking responsibility for him. Yeah. I bet that is nice, isn't it? To just go without talking to your mother 14 times a day. In this strange codependent. Charlie might have found some value in the absence of that. I don't think Donna has, And that tells us that it was really Donna's need that was driving that, her need for that codependence rather than a equally mutual situation, Don't get me wrong, Charlie also got something out of the deal, but, he was taught to get something out of the deal. It's his mother, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I said, Jan, it's not going to be like you leave the house in the next week or so. It's not going to be like that at all. But I said, just be aware, and I do need to do something in the house. Let's say it costs me a couple thousand a month to maintain it.
Right.
And obviously, you know, I'm glad I was able to help you out for the last year or so. But it's not going to, you know, like the last year and a half, I'm glad you were able to make use of it and enjoy it. But I said I can't be paying that kind of money every month.
No,
That we got to do something with it. I go, actually, I need the money.
That's right.
So she understood.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but she doesn't think she's going to get out and leave that key.
That's okay. I'm not rushing her. But I am
Yeah.
happy, though, to hear that she wants the dog, because
Yeah.
she really...
Because I don't have to deal with it. We just send her out, send her away, take your dog, take your stuff, leave the TVs, don't call us.
She takes good care of him. Yeah, she's attached to him, and she's good with him, so it's good.
She's good with him. She's attached to him. He's attached to her. You know, they get along good. And he gets along good with her little dog also.
Yeah.
So he's going to do both taking care of her. And,
All right. Take a breath. Take a breath.
I mean, it shouldn't have put me in this room and it's getting 10 times worse. Instead of me
No,
walking around with a basketball court and getting in my room, I'm like in a fucking box.
No, they shouldn't
Like,
have, but
it's just four walls. And it's like, I just, it's sad for Romy. It's sad for myself. Like, it's all hitting me with everything that I've lost.
Michael Crawford says, I think Charlie pays Brianna $1,500 per month in child support. It was awarded in March 21. Well, not sure how it is now he's locked up. I think Harvey and Donna gave her a goodly sum and a trust for Roman. I mean, I don't think she's got any reason to complain about money.
I didn't hear the last thing you said. I'm sorry.
That's hitting me with everything I've lost. Like,
I know.
it's like, it's really like, it's all fucking hitting me. Like, I don't know how I was so oblivious. Like, I was so positive. But it's like, you know, and then it's really, at the end of the day, the only thing I really care about is Roman. It's like, this is how he's going to grow up and be in fucking prison. Like, you know, it's like, you know,
Look,
it's down.
very young now, doesn't understand any of this. He'll still be talking to you. To him, it's not going to be any different. He's not going to know any different.
No, that's all he'll know. It's like, dad's in prison, so when I see him, I got to come down to Florida. You know, I'll never be the dad that, like, takes my kids to a baseball game or go to the ball with them or does anything. It's fucking horrible. It's literally mental torture.
Yeah, I know.
And then Dan said you got to make a life for yourself. Like, Jesus, this is like, I mean, especially the way I am with ADD and like just being wired to always go, and do this stuff, and like, it's like,
It's insane. I know it is insane.
it's like almost fucking nightmare. Like, I would rather be.
I know what you'd rather be. Just take a breath, because it's going to take a little time for you to get out of this place. I'm sorry.
I'd rather be refrain, and then Donna says, yes, I know what you'd rather be. On the run, perhaps? A fugitive? With Harrison Ford chasing me? Or was it the other way around? Tommy Lee Jones was chasing him. That's the way it was, right?
Haven't moved you. You may not even get moved till tomorrow at this rate.
I'm hoping tonight or tomorrow that Sergeant will come back around.
That movie's so funny, you know. Harrison Ford's like, when I came home, there was a man with a mechanical arm in my house. It's like, Harrison, come on. We've all heard that one before, okay? We don't believe it. It's an old story.
But it's like, I haven't talked to him. I mean, the thing is like, I had it in my head, like, all this plans I was going to go do and see and start my life over again. And it's like, and everyone was saying how good everything was going, and everybody's so upbeat. And then I sat there for 2 hours.
Where did you hear that, Deb? I don't believe it to be true. Is it verified?
And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, it was. She told it like a story. She put together Dateline.
Dude.
Like,
Dude.
no, you know, you can't like, that was the whole case. I mean, it was done after that. Done. I turned to Kate and I go, Kate, this is not good. That's all it was on the face. She shook her head. Like, she knew what they did. They fucking lied, dummied everything down, exaggerated everything, shifted the focus.
Lied and twisted. I know what she did. We watched every second.
Every time I was sitting at the table, Dan kept saying like during the trial, he goes, they don't get it. They don't get it. It's not that they didn't get it. They didn't want to admit to what we were saying because they would have to confront it. So they were just like talking over us. It was really weird. It was like every time we said something, they just ignored what we said. You know, it was...
That's what it seemed like. I mean, people who saw Dan's closing all said, oh my God, amazing, amazing. And then she went on and really said nothing of value, just a lot of crap. Just everything aside, push it aside.
Like beyond a reasonable doubt, like you got to pretty much, in a case like this, you got to know what happened.
It's funny, isn't it? Because we all have watched Georgia Kaufman's closing in the Charlie Adelson trial, and we all agree that it's one of the best we've ever seen. Completely thorough, comprehensive, point by point, going through the evidence, no stone unturned, fantastic summary. And okay, she does talk in colloquialisms. Is that a word? Colloquially. She's colloquial in her delivery, but that's great. That's good. You want to relate to the jury, you know? I'm not from Tallahassee. I love it, I love it. Maybe we're all as dumb as the 12 jury members,
If you're going to say...
Maybe the Adelsons are right. I still think it was Jeff Lacasse that did it, and he set the whole thing up to make it look like it was Charlie and Donna.
This is what happened. Like, you got to prove that this is what didn't happen. Not like, oh, I think the Chiefs are better than the Dolphins. Okay, then vote for the Chiefs. Like, you got to know. You don't know if you weren't there.
Maybe Donna wasn't planning to flee, but just couldn't take any more of the Chiefs and the Dolphins analogy. I'm getting on a plane. I don't care if they catch me. At least he won't be able to call.
It was like, if I would have, all I could say is if I would have known, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, but I feel like people who have more knowledge than me did know. If I would have known that this is what I was walking into,
I know.
I would have.
I know what you would have done. I know what you would have done.
A whole lot differently. I really thought it was a fair shot, and I intended that. And when Willie Meggs came out and said, "What you have here is not evidence. If you want to wrestle with what you got here now, go get ready for your civil suit." I mean, I thought that was a pretty strong language for someone's been doing it for 43 years of the evaluation of a bunch of emails and nonsense. Like, I didn't realize that can be spun into putting data on with autopsy photos.
I know.
It's like fucking insane. I mean, I just wish I wasn't so positive and in such a mindset of like, it's all opposite. Like, what the fuck was I thinking?
The same thing we were all thinking. The same thing everybody was thinking because we saw what was going on until the end. Until the end.
Yeah. I mean, like, literally, like, it was like everybody was, it's almost like she knew she was losing. And then she pulled this out and just was like, here, a bunch of third graders will eat this shit up. Look at what they're shitting on Tallahassee. Look, she wrote a book. You know what she said in that book? You know what the name of that town was? It was a little town in the middle of nowhere.
Hiawassee Springs.
And then she even went and quoted, I didn't even hear what Wendy said, but she's like, even his own sister said, when they asked this, she responded with this. Like,
she, you know what she did. She lied, she twisted, she turned, she did everything, and these people couldn't see it. They couldn't see it. I don't know. Or they didn't want to. Maybe they just didn't want to.
She's their savior of Tallahassee, coming in. The good folks of Tallahassee versus the bad folks of Miami. The bad folks of Miami.
The bad folks of Miami.
Anyway. I just
That's going on the merch list. I think that'll be as a small under tagline on our brand new Don't Be an Adelson edition that we're releasing momentarily. What was it? The bad folks from Miami. The bad folks from Miami. Be a good movie. Something starring Ray Milland or something. The bad folks from Miami. Ray Milland.
I'm fine, but I start thinking about all the time.
Don't drain that battery, Charlie, so that you have something left over.
Yeah, don't drain the battery.
When can you recharge?
How much percent? You're probably gonna need to go in a minute, right? Put it on charge. Hand it back to the guard.
That.
Tonight.
Tonight.
Yeah. After 11 o'clock, we'll come get it.
Okay.
We'll get back.
All right. And then you'll let me know what's left on your phone, okay? Because I may have to put money on that again.
Yeah, I'm calling you collect.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, good, yeah. So we're paying. So we're paying for the Chiefs and the Dolphins, and you moaning about Wendy's book. That's great. That's great.
I'm going to call Bree in a few minutes. So Rick and Sue Shagman are there with you.
Yeah, they're in the other room with Dad, and I'll go back in there because, as I said, she's working with Dad, and I'm doing stuff with Rick that has to get done. So
you're setting everything up for Roman.
I am.
Oh,
Dad, hold on. Dad just walked in. You say hello to Charlie for a minute, and I'll go back in there. I don't have him on speaker. Let me Okay. I'm going to say goodbye and let Dad talk to you, okay?
Charlie? My son. So,
thank you for taking care of stuff for Roman.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. They came down, Susan and Rick came down, and that's what I'm taking care of, to make sure that he's taken care of properly, you know?
Yeah. No, that's really the only thing I care about right now, is that I get taken care of.
Yeah, that's what we did. I got it. Actually, Susan did the wills, and it was in 2020 when it was done, and
Yeah.
So I got that. I just wanted to go over a couple of things and make sure that it was good for him. I know, and the good thing is, I know that it was good for you when we did it. You felt that that was the right thing.
As long as I have enough commentary and who's on the phone, I'm fine. My needs is very different nowadays. But I'll be fine, Dad. You guys just take care of yourself. Don't get yourself sick over things.
No, okay. Yeah. We're I just want to be able to talk to you. I just want to hear your voice. It makes me feel much better.
I call you guys all the time every day.
Yeah.
Well, if you just want to hear his voice, maybe Charlie could record an audiobook, Wendy's book. Read Wendy's book so that Harvey can listen between nap times.
That's what we have to do. Yeah. We have to talk to each other every day, and
So you don't get a heart attack.
yeah, no, I won't. I'll try my best not to, okay? I'll try my best.
Just keep taking it so you don't get upset.
Yeah, I'm trying my best, Charlie. I'm trying my best. I love you. I love you so much. I love you so much, hon. I hope you get out of that the confinement that they've got you in now.
Yeah, I do too. It's crazy. I haven't even been here 24 hours. But I'm fine.
Yeah. The mom was saying that the psychologist did the evaluation. She says she's got to do some paperwork, and then they'll get you out of that. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll get me out of it. I'm like, put me back in my same pod. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm getting claustrophobic in here. A box with like no windows.
Yeah.
And now I got 3-inch windows to be frosted. And those windows that I used to be able to look out in my pod or mirror in here. So it's like you just see yourself in front of the mirror.
Yeah.
It's a one-way.
Boom! Thank you for the first super chat of the evening, Amy. Well done. The Xanax hit Harvey. Yeah, fucking A, right? I just want to hear your voice and hope you get out of that confinement room they've got you in. I'm going down now. Send me an audiobook. This is Our Story by Wendy Adelson.
Yeah.
So I actually see what I look for the first time in a real mirror in 2 years.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're still very handsome, though. You're still very handsome.
I just need to stop you behind. I just want to make sure Rola's taken care of.
You're still very handsome. I mean, is that what you want to hear after you've had a life sentence? You're still a pretty little boy, Charlie.
I will. I'll make sure that, that's our job now, Charlie, to take care of him for you. We'll do it.
Yeah, I trust that. I got it. Maybe take a trip up there, if you can. If you can't see me, but if you can take a trip up there.
Yeah, we'll try to do everything we can. Really will, Charlie. Okay.
And if you could go there and see about it, that would be great.
Yeah, we will. We'll try to do that too. Okay.
I'm trying to give them a call now. I'll let you get back to Rick and Sue, okay?
No, that's fine. Look, okay, I love you. We'll talk later, okay?
All right. I love you, Dad. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, I love you. I love you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Charlie. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye, Charlie. Take care. Talk to you soon.
The caller has hung up.
Boom! Call 12.
Hey guys,
Hey, Charlie.
How you doing?
how are you?
You're okay.
Good.
Yeah.
They let me take a shower, so I
Oh, good.
got out of the cell for 10 minutes and took a shower, and went back into my cell.
Okay. Dan said it could be 48 hours till you get out of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I spoke to him earlier.
Yeah, supposedly the chief was supposed to see me today. He didn't see me, so I guess.
You know what, man? You try and sleep as much as possible. You sing to yourself to pass the time. Try and do a really complicated maths problem in your head and just stick with it. Time goes by, it's 48 hours, a couple of days, You've got a bed, a toilet. What could be better? All your meals served through the door. I'd love that in my house, If Soap could serve me a meal through a door and leave me alone for like 48 hours. Isn't it, Soap? Isn't it, Soap? You did a very bad thing today, Soap. You disobeyed me. And I ought to give you the belt.
Guess he probably wanted the doctor to see me first, come by and see me. Probably just
Right.
protocol,
I would think so.
Yeah.
That would make.
So, and I got in here yesterday at 6 o'clock, so hopefully by tomorrow night.
Yeah, because it's really like just 24 hours then. Okay. Okay.
So at some point tomorrow, they'll probably move me out, I guess.
Yeah. I would think
Because
so.
then it'll have been Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, Charlie. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I wanted to let you know. Can you look on your phone now, please? Can you, or after, and then call me back and tell me how much is in your account?
For telephone is probably like $75. Yes.
Oh, boy. You can get that in.
Well, no, because I had $13 and you put on 100 the other day. That's probably my first. I've been on the phone a bunch so long. And I got 75 on my commissary.
75. Do you need commissary money?
Yeah, put 100 on the commissary and 100 on the phone, and then I'll be good for a while.
Okay. 100. Okay. All right. Got it. Yeah.
So Rick and Sue's face for a while?
They're wonderful. They ate nothing. They had a glass of water, and they stayed here from the last phone call you made to me. They left, about a half hour ago?
That's it.
Maybe 30, 40 minutes ago. They've been here hours and hours and hours. But they truly helped tremendously, especially Susan. So, yeah, that was good. That was good, Charlie. So trust me, everything is fine in that regard.
Yeah. So all straightened out.
All straightened out, all taken care of. I feel better.
That makes me feel better.
I thought so. So, yeah. Roman's going to be fine. Bree's going to be fine. She'll be able to take good care of him. He'll have everything he wants or needs. So, you've done that. She's done that big time, way over the top even, that needed to be done.
Yeah.
So he's fine. And I didn't talk to Bree today. I think she texted me once, but I'll talk to her tomorrow. Really, so many people are calling, and I'm not taking calls, so I just don't feel like it. So really, I only called Rick and Sue because we really, really needed them. And other than that, I only talked to you and Dan. So for the next couple of days,
sure. You better off make sure you're taking some Xanax. You stress out too much.
No, we're good. We're taking what we need, and we're good. So only care about you.
A little better. I'm fine. I guess that's the big thing I guess is moment. Outside of that, I handle everything pretty good.
I know that.
What about the boat? You know, I thought you were moaning about your boat before. What happened to that? You're over the boat now. That was quick. You know, do you think Charlie Adelson has made the connection between Roman Adelson and Ramen Noodleson himself? Can we write to him and ruin the memory of his son? Every time he goes to commissary, he's like, oh, okay, what do they have flavor-wise? Prawn, chow mein. How about chicken noodle soup? That sounds good. Ramen noodles and chicken flavored.
Time because he doesn't know where you are. He's going to be okay, and it will get better. It's just right now.
Yeah, it'll get better. He'll have a new dad. I mean, he was like 3 years old when you went away, so, you know, he only remembers you now as a 5-year-old because he's still 5. By the time he's 7, 8, he won't remember your face. You know, Bree will take all the pictures down, get a new man, he'll call him Dad, and you won't even exist. How about that?
24 hours old is just too fresh.
And Bree is changing his name to Roman Markel. Hey, thanks On the Mountain for the 3 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. That is a great way to show support for the channel. Also, PayPal and our merch store. All links in the description for the video. With our social networks as well. Be sure to join those because there's going to be a lot of updates. A lot of updates coming up to be updated very soon.
Too fresh.
I'm fucking shocked. Like, it's a shock going from Sunday to today. Literally, Sunday, I'm giving away all my food and, like, feeling like, you know what? Everything came in the way it should have. Dan is the expert at closing. Closing is his specialty. You're going to go in there and kick some ass. And, like, it was Wendy's book making fun of the people of Tallahassee as a small shit town on the way to her big time Miami. Like, holy shit.
Nonsense. It was stupid nonsense. It was just nonsense that they did.
It wasn't the case. Like, it wasn't the case. It was a day-running special with horrible photos that would make anybody sick and angry. And then cut and paste things out of context. Like, sentences have no meaning when they don't have a context. Like, what was said before and what was said after. Otherwise, it's just words. Like, is there an explanation? You're not giving an explanation. You're just cutting and pasting words that look bad. Like, I gave an explanation. I gave context. I gave meaning to what I was saying. Like, they're sitting there. Yeah, they're sitting there going, Donna's got crazy emails. Wendy's writing a book. And what is the name of that town? Like, God only knows if it,
And what does this have to do with anything?
because it showed that she was like, thought she was so smart and so much better than everybody else, and putting Tallahassee down as a small stop on the way to civilization. Like, she's leaving Tallahassee and she's going to Miami, and she's foreshadowing it in a book, and she's making fun of you people from Tallahassee.
I don't think there's any room for confusion here, but just in case, the disdain and anger and frustration in Charlie's voice is no longer directed at Georgia Kappelman. It's at his sister. Listen to him. Like, why would you even write that stupid book that foreshadowed everything that we were going to do? And your reasoning for needing Markel dead. You put it all in paper? What are you, fucking nuts? That's his sentiment.
Like, it wasn't the case. It was a day-running special with horrible photos that would make anybody sick and angry. And then cut and paste things out of context. Like, sentences have no meaning when they don't have a context. Like, what was said before and what was said after. Otherwise, it's just words. Like, is there an explanation? You're not giving an explanation. You're just cut and pasting words that look bad. Like, I gave an explanation. I gave context. I gave meaning to what I was saying. Like, they're sitting there. Yeah, they're sitting there going, Donna's got crazy emails. Wendy's writing a book. And what is the name of that town? Like,
and
God only knows if it.
what does this have to do with anything?
Because it showed that she was like, thought she was so smart and so much better than everybody else, and putting Tallahassee down as a small stop on the way to civilization. Like, she's leaving Tallahassee and she's going to Miami, and she's foreshadowing it in a book, and she's making fun of you people from Tallahassee. And look at these crazy emails. And there's code, there's a TV, there's no fucking TV code, but TV, like, holy shit. Like, this was made for, like, a fourth grader, Dateline, 2-hour special, with a southern accent from Tallahassee. Like, it was your best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, saying this. And even his sister said this on the stand.
Even his sister said this on the stand. Yeah, I wonder why. Why? Because this is how it went for Wendy, right? At the very least, Wendy's position was the best way to protect myself is to not protect them. You know, personally, I think it's a little bit more sinister than that. But that is the very her position, right? The best way to protect myself is to not protect them. You know, as opposed to the best way to help all of us. That's not entered into the equation at all. You know, arguably, you could say that it has for Charlie, that it has for Donna, the best way to help us all Adelsons. They just weren't very good at it. But Wendy's that's never come into the equation for Wendy, not one bit. The best way to protect myself is to not protect them. That's the very, very least of it. And I think it goes much, much darker than that. But we'll get to that later. Thank you so much, Christine, for the super chat. That's very kind of you, Christine. Thank you.
Like, even she, who should be his biggest defender in the whole world, even she is saying this. Guys, come on, you're smart.
Sound is cracking up. Shit, okay. We're gonna have to buy a fucking microphone for Donna's trial, aren't we? God damn it. I don't even have transport right now. So is it cracking up? So, Christina, sound metrics. All right. Like what? What does that mean? Testing. Okay, acapella. Acapella is the one to help with this. Acapella, how is the audio for you? Because some of these crazy critters in the chat think there's a problem. Okay. Okay, Piebird has the solution. If sound is breaking up, exit out and come back in, and it will be fine. Oh, thank you, Amanda, for the 3 cups on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. See this new thing, they don't show the whole message. But I can have a look. So, yeah, okay, I think the sound's good at our end. If anyone having a sound problem, go and exit out of your app and come back in. That'd be great.
More people from Tallahassee, just, you know what's going on here. Y'all know what's going on. Like, I turn to Kate and I go, this is not good. Like, this is not, I never in a million years pictured it being a show.
I know. And
Like,
as far as what Dan did, it was a brilliant closing. It made sense. It was organized.
She belittled it, and she came back and she said, it's not like puzzle pieces. It ain't puzzle pieces. Guys, you know what's going on here? She's writing a book. She doesn't even believe her brother. Listen to what she said. She didn't say she didn't believe him. They're making that up and then putting that in there and then taking a few words out of context and making it out to be like, hey, look, even she doesn't believe him. Come on, Tallahassee people, you're smart. Like, this isn't like, what I saw there was like, holy shit. Like, these people are going to eat this stuff. Like, this is, they would have convicted my dog if they brought my dog up there.
They would have convicted my dog if they'd have put my dog up there. I just love that image. Charlie really likes the dog analogies, doesn't he? Yesterday he said that he was like a German shepherd because he always needed something to do. Well, like a German shepherd, Charlie, you can spend the next 30 years trying to lick your own balls. But what if they had put bubbles on the stands? The great big bubbles. I mean, that would look great. Judge Everett would treat him just like any other witness, with decency and respect, right? The cross-examination would have been done probably by Sarah Dugan, I imagine. You know, I just love to see bubbles. I think we'll make a nice little post of bubbles on the witness stand tomorrow. That'll be our project. It's very important, the work that we do, okay? This is a serious business. Tomorrow, top of the list of jobs in the Metrix studio is find a way to superimpose a giant English Mastiff called Bubbles in the witness stand at Leon County Courthouse. Serious business.
No, what happened, Charlie, is that nothing mattered. Nothing mattered. They didn't care.
It's also the way it was presented. It wasn't like they were presenting facts of the case versus facts of the case.
No, they didn't.
You know, they even said, like, our key witness, you don't have to believe her. Well, who the fuck else are you going to believe if you can't believe the key witness? Like,
who's the key witness? Is he saying that he is the key witness? Who are they going to believe if they won't believe the key witness? Me, the defendant.
you know, witnesses, real people showing up, asking questions, seeing if they're truthful on the stand. No, that don't matter. Look at Donna's emails. Like, Charlie's buying his dad catering for the birthday party. Like, no, it must be something else. No, it was paella. I remember I paid for it. Like, I'm trying to pull it over on you guys. You're smart. You guys know. I mean, like, beyond a reasonable doubt, it should be like, for a case like this, it should be like, you know what happened. Not like you hate these Miami people who think they're better than you. Correct. You're arrogant. Who think they're untouchable. Who said I was arrogant or untouchable?
I know. No, I know. I heard it. But we were cringing.
Like, who said I was arrogant or untouchable? How about innocent? What's up with that word? But like, if your southern accent, you're looking at the playboy Charlie Donna, who's arrogant. Like, what who makes more money than you has to be arrogant. Anybody who makes more money than you from Miami who's younger than you is arrogant. Like, you guys know nothing about me. You label me as arrogant. You label me as untouchable. You label me because you're smarter than everybody else, because you're a doctor. Like, you're dressing me up with all these fucking adjectives, and then you get all these people who probably make $35,000 a year, who live in Tallahassee and are hardworking people, and they're looking at you like you're an alien. And then they're reading emails that are horrible, taken out of context, but none of the things were ever done. It was just saying, go be a jerk to someone who's being a jerk to you. That's actually
Oh, it was. I thought that was pretty clearly explained, that none of that was done.
Yeah, but he doesn't even realize how poorly that came off. He was like, well, I thought Markel was being a jerk. So I said, be a jerk back, push his buttons and see what happens. You know, but push his buttons, as we know from the surrounding evidence, was fuck with this guy's head. You know, take away everything he loves, cares about, rub his fucking face in the mud of Tallahassee, which is plentiful. And, you know, make his life a misery, squash him like a little bug. You know, that's what was meant by press his buttons. You know, I thought he was being a jerk, so I said, be a jerk back. An eye for an eye.
Highlighter on it, and it's like she even wanted to dress the kids up in Nazi uniform. Like, no, like, there was no attempt to go to Target and buy the Nazi uniforms. They sold out.
It said in the same email, it says you can put on an act.
Right.
The same email.
So then they're like, oh, are you putting on an act now? You're like, ah. People, you don't know who these Miami people are. I mean, this was a fucking, like, this was just a Broadway show. It was a Broadway show. Take things out of context. Sometimes I said things because there were other people around. Like, there was a wire when I was on the boat. And June was standing next to me. The last thing I said to Katie was, I said, make sure you install those AC units and I'll pay you on Monday. I said that because I didn't want June to know what the hell I was talking about. And I wanted to sound like I was ending the conversation talking to Danny, who was always charging me for an AC. Oh, doctor, one of the AC units went out. I had to go put it in. No, he was stealing $400 from me. But like, I ended on that tape, I go, make sure you install the AC unit on Monday and I'll pay you when I see you. Because I wanted June to think I was talking to Danny, the repairman, on the phone. Like, so sometimes you say things because someone's standing next to you.
Of course.
Sometimes you say things because you're standing in an office. There's assistants, there's front desk. You don't want them to hear certain words and know what you're talking about. Like, there's different reasons. Like, it's not a hard concept to understand. It's not always, not always the most negative answer you could possibly think.
You know what's really funny about these calls? I don't think there's one instance between the calls of Charlie and Donna where they embellish any credibility towards the Katie McBanower extortion theory. You know, they're calling Jeff Lacasse a liar. They're fucking going on about George's closing and having the picture of Markel up, and they're complaining about every single thing except the core element of his defense, which was that Katie came to him and said, something terrible has happened. I ran my mouth about your $1 million offer, and my friends went up to Tallahassee, killed Markel, and now they're going to want $350,000 from you, or they're going to kill someone else in your family. That was the story, right? That was the very central pillar column of the story. You'd think it would come up in these calls. They should be going, that Katie McBanoa, she did all this and then came in here and lied on the stand. She could have told the truth and told what happened, but she just wants a sweet deal for herself, that greedy McBanoa. You know, they know it's being recorded, right? You know, I think it's in the call with Bree where she says, oh, maybe you can't talk about this, but what about Katie? You must be pissed. And you could tell Charlie hadn't even thought about it, because he sort of went, oh, yeah, well, I can't talk about the case, so... Really? What are you talking about, then? Talk about the fucking Dolphins and the Chiefs again. We haven't heard that story since about 3 minutes ago.
I mean, you gotta understand, like, I know how hard Dan worked on this case. And
Like nobody else would have done. Trust me.
no.
Like nobody else would have done. Dan worked so hard on this case. No, he didn't. He convinced you that he did. All right? He was catalog shopping, barely listening, okay? He was going through the motions in order to get paid. Nobody would have worked this hard. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable how they don't get what Dan did to them. Dan Rashbaum, that is. I just caught a mosquito with my bare hands. He's quick. Yeah, don't forget to leave a like on that video, guys. That would be great if you could leave a like on the algorithm video. That'd be fantastic. You see that big flashing button there? That's telling you to click the like button. Thank you, guys.
He dissected everything. He worked like a maniac, dissecting everything. You know, spent a lot of time with me, going over all the information, keeping me up to date with everything, let me give you an update. You know, I've never heard an attorney just giving you an update. You know, usually as long as they know what's going on, why do you need to know what's going on? He kept me involved. He'd give me updates. He'd talk to me at length about everything, decisions, approaches, everything, right? And honest to God, dude, I don't know, listen. You there?
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah.
Trust me.
Charlie, I'm listening to everything you say.
Honest to God, if Bubble came up to Tallahassee, at the end of that 2-hour Dateline special she put on in the courtroom, Bubble was in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
It put these people in a mindset that it was, they think they pulled one on you, Tallahassee. What she wrote in that book, it made it seem like she was planning everything.
Yeah.
You know, but what was the one thing they said that Wendy let the boys finally see their grandparents because she knew it wasn't going to look very good when she came to trial if she didn't. Like, I don't know, but I have a feeling that's not why Wendy was letting the kids see the grandparents. But she knew it wasn't going to look very good for her. She didn't let them see them. So she just let them see them.
You know that.
Make herself look better. wasn't reflected on her. So she, and then what was it they said? They said they were gonna arrest me sooner, but they thought it would interfere with the grandparents' first visit with the children. So they delayed my arrest.
Charlie, you were arrested 12 hours later. That's exactly why. That's what they did. They knew what they were doing.
After the Markells visited the kids?
Yeah.
Well, I thought they no, but they made it seem like they were going to arrest me months earlier, but they held off because the Markells were seeing their grandkids. I didn't know. I thought they were just saying that before.
No, they saw them on the 20th at about, 3, 4 in the afternoon for 1 hour.
Yeah.
4 in the afternoon for 1 hour at a where was it? At a local eatery. Wendy brought friends of theirs is a very big guy who has a kid the same age as Lincoln. She brought him with her so that she felt a little more comfortable. And the boys, because I asked her, I obviously wasn't there, and I said, so how did it go? And she said, it was the strangest thing because she said, I thought they were going to just literally fall all over the boys, fall all over them because they hadn't seen them. And because Lincoln looks just like Danny.
Right.
They didn't hug them. They didn't kiss them. They spoke to them. They asked them about school and things like that. And Wendy said, barely an hour, and they were done. You know why they did it? They did it because it looked good for them. Because they could have cared less. They were totally disinterested.
This is something that they do all the time. They take their own fucking scheming plot and they assign it to the other party that they're doing it to. It was Wendy that arranged the fucking sit down with the Markel children and Ruth and Phil and that side, Dan's relatives, in order to look good so that she could come in and testify and say, yes, we just had a reconciliation after they threatened to put my children in foster care, but now I'm being the bigger person. And now Donna's twisting that backwards and say, you know why they came down? You know what they did? They wanted it to look good for them. And stupid Ruth Markel, she cared more about her book signing than seeing the boys. Unbelievable. They do this all the time. I mean, to the point of fucking syndrome. It's not like they're deciding to do it. This is their nature. This has become their collective nature, right? They take what they're doing, they take the vicious, scheming act that they're portraying onto another, and then project that act onto the person that they're doing it to. I mean, that's fucking twisted, pathological, sick shit, right? It's like fucking gaslighting to the power of 50. Which is quite a bit. Let's just hear it again.
Children. So they delayed my arrest.
Charlie, you were arrested 12 hours later. That's exactly why. That's what they did. They knew what they were doing.
I know, Danielle. Danielle says, this criticism breaks my heart. Imagine criticizing someone for respecting the physical space of the grandkids they haven't seen in a while for reasons that are horrific. Exactly right. That's the whole point. They're being modest and chill. They're being super chill about it, right? They're not rushing in and going, oh my God, the boys! Tell me about school. You want to be a lawyer like your dad? No. They're just being really cool. Don't freak them out. Respect them. It's like Al Pacino tells us in Glengarry, right? You never Never open your mouth until you know what the shot is. That's what they're doing. Assess the situation. They also don't want to fucking maybe they do want to overstep with Wendy into her face. But, that's delicate as well, right? Wendy's brought this big hench guy down so that if Phil Markel tries to run off with a Markel boy under each arm, the big hench guy will supposedly run and tackle all three of them. And they'll all tumble down an escalator together. Let's just hear this section again, because this is a good section. Oh, that's too far.
People in a mindset that it was, they think they pulled one on you, Tallahassee. What she wrote in that book, it made it seem like she was planning everything.
Yeah.
But what was the one thing they said that Wendy let the boys finally see their grandparents because she knew it wasn't going to look very good when she came to trial if she didn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Wendy let the boys see her grandparents because she knew it wasn't going to look very good if she came to trial and they hadn't seen them. Just keep that in the forefront of your brain.
I don't know, but I have a feeling that's not why Wendy was letting the kids see the grandparents. But she knew it wasn't going to look very good for her. She didn't let them see them, so she just let them see them.
You know that.
Make herself wasn't going to reflect good on her. So and then what was it they said? They said they were going to arrest me sooner, but they thought it would interfere with the grandparents' first visit with the children, so they delayed my arrest.
Charlie, you were arrested 12 hours later. That's exactly why. That's what they did. They knew what they were doing.
After the Markells visited the kids?
Yeah.
Well, I thought but they made it seem like they were going to arrest me months earlier, but they held off because the Markells were seeing their grandkids. I didn't know. I thought that police were just saying that just for.
No, they saw them on the 20th at about, 3, 4 in the afternoon for 1 hour?
Yeah.
4 in the afternoon for 1 hour.
That's Spacey Dove's birthday. Where is Spacey Dove? Has anyone seen her around?
At a where was it? At a local eatery. Wendy brought a friend of theirs, is a very big guy, who has a kid the same age as Lincoln. She brought him with her so that she felt a little more comfortable. And the boys, because I asked her, obviously.
Yeah, I'm sure that was great for everybody. Let's bring this massive guy in dark glasses and an earpiece.
She wasn't there. And I said, so how did it go? And she said, it was the strangest thing because she said, I thought they were going to just literally fall all over the boys, fall all over them because they hadn't seen them. And because
to fall all over the boys, Donna, would be assumptive, selfish, and, not the right course of action. Keep it reserved. No, I'm sure they weren't fucking cold. Like, Ben and Lincoln, is it? Are you in school, are you? Yeah, well, that's good. So, where can I get a taxi? I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure they were interested and engaging, just not overwhelming, which is the adult thing to do.
Lincoln looks just like Danny.
Right.
They didn't hug them. They didn't kiss them. They spoke to them. They asked them about school and things like that. And Wendy said, barely an hour, and they were done.
I bet they were sat, like, in the corner of a round table, like, sandwiched between Wendy and the hench guy. You know what I'm saying? I bet Wendy made it really fucking awkward. Like, Oh, they didn't hug them. Well, maybe that's because they couldn't climb over your mountain man. You know?
You know why they did it? They did it because it looked good for them. Because they
Amazing.
could have cared less. They were totally disinterested.
And then that was the only time that they've seen them since then?
Since 2016, when they wrote that letter, the foster care letter. Yep, that was it.
I thought they'd seen it. As soon as when I was in court, I thought they'd seen them a bunch since 2022.
No,
That was one.
no. They saw them the day 12 hours before you were arrested. That's when they saw them.
So you think the police wanted to arrest you sooner because they were holding off on the grandparent visit?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and don't forget that it was Katie's trial began around, you know, less than a month after Charlie's arrest. Just less than a month, I think. So that, you know, that was why Wendy was allowing them to have visits, so she could go in, testify. Yes, they've seen the boys. They've just seen them, actually. We had a wonderful time at a local eatery.
I do.
Yeah, without a doubt, Trump. Without a doubt.
Because once those arrangements were made for them to see the kids, why were you arrested not 12 hours later? You want to tell me why?
I thought they went to the grand jury. I guess they went to the grand jury on the 19th, I thought. And then they went, I guess they took it to the grand jury on the 19th. So I guess then a warrant was written on the 20th, and then it was picked up on the 21st.
Yeah.
So that's probably once they knew when the grandparents were coming in on the 20th.
Yep.
Bring it to the grand jury on the 19th.
You got it 100% right. That's exactly how that happened.
I wish Wendy would have stood up there and said, well, they've only seen them once. They saw them for an hour. They didn't hug or kiss their grandkids. They made no attempt to see them since.
But you know how it goes. You have to answer the question. You can't go give a spiel, you know.
But Dan could answer.
He could have. It wouldn't have made a difference. Wouldn't have made the least bit of difference. Look, they have a grandparent bill going through the Florida legislature. Grandparents have no rights. Let's face it. You have no rights. So it's up to the parents to let you see their children, at least in the state of Florida. But I think it's pretty much all over the country.
Right.
So unfortunately, that's the way it is.
So anyway, they beat Wendy out to seem like, you know, she's preventing them from seeing the grandkids. Well, how many times have they come to see the grandkids since the last 18 months? 18 months.
Hey, Ben and Lincoln, is it? Thank you, Victoria Girl, for getting us started on our goal at the top of the chat, guys. Yeah, hey, if anybody wants to come and join the Metrix community for a fucking serious session on Donna's trial, we're going to be doing all sorts of stuff. 24 hours a day. If you want to come, throw some pennies in the hat for our fucking stupid microphone. You know how heavy this thing is? I thought heavy meant reliability. Apparently not. That'd be great. So then we'll have clean audio, fucking clean audio. And I think maybe we should get a webcam too, right? So we can build trust in the community. We're just going to show soap. That'd be great. I'll still be audio only, but we'll have the webcam on soap like she's the presenter. How about that? That is good. Let's do that. Throw some pennies in the hat, help us reach our goals, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, PayPal, links in the description. Membership platforms, fantastic membership platforms, social networks, links in the description, Discord, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and merch. Get the merch.
What, one time for an hour and then give them a hug kiss?
Yeah. And I asked.
For some reason, I thought they saw 3 or 4 times since.
No. In fact, I asked the boys separately from Wendy, how did that go? And they both said it was just weird. Like, we don't know who they are, and they just asked us questions.
Yeah, they kept calling us Markel. What is a Markel?
About school, and he said then it was time to go.
Each boy has a picture above their bed that we say good morning to and good night to every day.
I mean, it's like they introduced a stranger, and they did it because they wanted to say that they had been to see the children. That was important. So
Right. For the show.
You see what I mean? She's taking the exact thing they do and applying it to them. It's incredible. I mean, like, it's disconnected. She doesn't even get it. I think she actually believes what she's saying, right? She's not like saying, oh, we're being recorded, so I'm going to act this way. She believes this shit. She's off her fucking rocker, man.
sure, it's all a show.
It's all a show.
Photo ops. You remember that? Where they would take pictures of everybody?
Yeah.
You know, with this.
All a show. A Dateline special, just a show. Okay, we better not have the fan on that loud.
Doesn't matter. The point is, that's exactly what happened. They came on the 20th.
When I was here in Tallahassee, I saw the Tallahassee Democrat group where Kel had a walk here in Local Drive, shoot a boat sighting in Tallahassee.
Yes, I know that. Yeah.
So
I think that Dan told me ahead of time, but I knew that was timed.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, she spent more time at the book signing than she did with the market when she hadn't seen it.
Yeah, that was all timed. No, she knew that she'd be able to sell copies to all the podcasters. She knew that fucking, Deep Dish True Crime would take 10 copies signed.
Six years.
Yeah, I know.
I just think there's so much I'd like to say.
I know, Charlie. Let me tell you. I know you're in shock, and so are we. And I think Dan is too. He did not expect this. He did not expect this. He's smarter than her. He talks to a jury. He doesn't have to read off a piece of paper. He walks around. He knows. I mean, no reason. No.
They really reshape their own perception of reality, don't they? Side by side, we've done a cross comparison at least 2 or 3 times on this channel of Daniel Rashbaum's closing next to Georgia Kappelman's closing, and it is amazing. It is amazing that he was even allowed to be there. I know that I would have done a better job with 0 official training, None. I could have done it with no preparation, no notes. I could walk in there right now to a jury, talk for an hour and a half, and give a better closing than Daniel Rashbaum did. And he walked away with $2 million at least.
I mean, this was, normally people go to court, or they got a prosecutor, or they got a defense attorney, and they take it back, and they put it out there, and like, some called extraneous stuff comes in. This was a cheap.
They kept kissing us and pulling us on their weird laps. They smelt Canadian.
And you know, it's funny, when I was listening to one of these talk shows talk about the case, they had this mentor lawyer call up and give commentary on the case. He goes, watching Georgia Cappleman do that masterful closing was like watching the TV production being played before our eyes. She brought it from beginning to end, laid it all out, hit all the high points, told the story. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. She told the story. She told her version of a creative story. She supported it with Ryan. She supported it with even his own sister. You chopped up what she said, took it out of context, and now you can start the sentence off with even his own sister. It's like, doesn't believe him. Like, that's not what she said, but that's how she made it sound.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're sitting there thinking like his best friend, his sister, she even said to the cops, like, you know, the whole thing was a fucking sham.
Latin Ninja King sounds like some sort of Puerto Rican strip club. The Latin Ninja Kings. A gay strip club. A Puerto Rican gay strip club called the Latin Ninja Kings. It's a good band name as well.
And I felt all along like I was being a real trial. Like this was a real trial, with real facts, and like the main points, and prove their side. It wasn't at all. This was not. This had a fucking. This was like something out of like even with the bailiffs were like, we've never seen anything like this up here. This is crazy. Like people were like with the news crews and with people do a podcast and the reporters and like, I mean, the frenzy in the courthouse from this case was the talk of the courthouse. It was the Super Bowl going on there. And Georgia Cappleman wasn't gonna lose this case. This case is how you make your career. If she lost this case, she'd be known as the one who lost this case. You know, I mean, it would have been. So she realized she can't sit there and debate facts. So what is she to do? Bring up emails. You can't debate an email. An email says what an email says. But you're taking everything out of context and meaning and realizing these people didn't do any of this. Well, it shows where they're headed. They're crazy. They're crazy about this. Like, I guess once you paint them as crazy.
Sorry, I know it's spelt with one L.
And everything else is much easier to paint. Like, if any of those things were done, it would have been crazy. None of them were done. They were just personal emails saying, be a jerk to him and he's being a jerk to you. Like,
It was crazy. It was crazy.
And I thought Wendy's attorney got up there.
He thinks that sounds reasonable. The jury's going to be like, well, all he did was say that Dan was being a jerk, so you should be a jerk back. It's so juvenile. This is a fucking murder case, right? If you heard a fucking 7-year-old say that as an excuse that the fucking teacher, said an excuse to the teacher because of some fight in the playground or whatever, you'd roll your eyes and go, okay, come back when you've matured. He's almost 50 years old.
To show basically what a jerk he's being. She seemed very likable, very Tallahassee, very like pleasant, her attorney. But when she showed what, yeah, I was thinking to myself, okay, like when she should have played, it should have been he was really to her. maybe it would have like resonated with these jurors and like, okay, like he's pushing people's buttons now. People are being told to go push his buttons. That's it.
That's all it was. That's all it was. Ridiculous. An email.
Just put the highlighted email, and it's like, Donna's crazy email. It's like, holy shit. She tells me when to do this. Go do this. Like, nothing was ever done. Saying, be a jerk to him. It would have been better if you just wrote be a jerk to him, be a jerk to you. But you didn't realize that people were going to tear it apart.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it also was like, while I was preparing for trial and talking to Dan every day, like, I was still nothing but
This call is being terminated. No third-party calls are allowed.
Oh, buymeacoffee.com.
Hey, hon.
hey,
Yeah.
hey guys. So I was saying, like, when I was going through everything for trial and looking through all the evidence, looking through everything, I was literally just filled with nothing but like hope and like, and
Yeah.
literally like there was someone wrote on my wall in my cell before I got there. Hope is hell. That's what's written on my cell. Hope is hell. And I was filled with like hope, and like I talked to Dan every day, and Dan kept me posted with everything, and all the developments, all the things, the research he did, and found, and like how good things were looking, and how upbeat he was, and like, you know, we got Newman, you know, on the team, like we got the complete team, we got the jury consultants, which were important to have for Tallahassee, like, and he also was able to ask them personal questions about themselves, which you got to be careful because they may not like you, and then they end up on your jury. So it's better that someone else is asking them personal questions about them.
That's true.
So, and he was excellent. He was excellent. Like, I mean, he really got people talking and, you know, group discussion and like brought out different points, and he was able to do it better than Dan could have done it for sure.
Yeah,
and
that's what.
also, yeah, he would have done it better than Dan for sure. And he also could ask more questions that wouldn't upset other people. So at least London didn't have his hand up, yeah, to end up on the chair. But like, we had a couple people that would have definitely given me a, listen, juror number 15 was going to, the 15 guy was going to quit me. That was like one of the first ones that they X'd off. And then what happened was they X'd them off, and then we had 12 jurors and 2 alternates, and they said, you want to have 3 alternates? And the state was like, yeah, let's have 3 alternates just to run a mistrial. You know, if something happens to 3 jurors, we'll have a third juror, and they go, you want to have that guy on there? Have a third, and we're like, fantastic, we'll take him. So he sat there for the full 2 weeks. He's sitting there, and he's like nodding at me and smiling and like totally on our side, like, yes, right?
I know.
Because he was a white guy that looked like he was about 50. I think he said he was in did something with respirators or something involving medical equipment. It sounded like he had an important job. Like, worked in a hospital, saw a lot of people. Like, God, he's the one who's the jury of my peers.
Yeah.
You know, not a guy who was a 20-year enlisted sergeant in the Army and now works in the post office, retired Army sergeant that works in the post office. In Tallahassee. He's sitting there shitting on people from Tallahassee. Oh, I'm sure that went over well on a little stop. On the way
This
to a
call
little
is being
stop.
terminated. No third-party calls are allowed.
Hi, Charlie.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. Yeah, and I don't know why I feel that, but no, it's just I had so much hope, and like the crazy thing is that I really wasn't getting that excited until this past weekend, and then after that, you know, you had Thursday, Friday of the week before, then you had this whole week, last whole week, and then I had the Wendy's attorney testified on Friday, actually, maybe Thursday. And no, it was all day Thursday.
Yeah,
Friday.
She was Friday. She was Friday.
Yeah, okay.
Friday morning.
So,
Friday morning.
so I sat up there and testified from Thursday at 8:45 till 5:45 at night. I come back, they put me on the stand for another hour Friday morning. And Kaplan asked me for another 2 hours.
2 hours.
And like, okay, full on questioning, ask me anything. It doesn't come down to that. Like, and Dan said to me, he said, if I were to give you a score, I think you'd get a 95. He said he was very happy with how I testified. You know, my demeanor, my delivery, how I was like to the point, but like not, you know, elaborated on some stuff, was personable. Like he came across fantastic. Everybody, Bree was telling me, like, reading to me things that people were finally writing online about like positive things. Like finally, people are writing positive things about the case.
Yeah.
And I was literally like, I was on cloud nine over the weekend. I was like, I'm going to see my son. I'm going to get out. I'm going to go to see Scott. I'm going to go there. I'm going to have these plans over there. I'm going to have these.
Scott was crossing both fingers. Please, guilty, man. That fucking guy's gonna come round again.
Plans. Enjoy my time with my dog. I can't wait to be on my boat. I can't wait to see my son. I'm planning on what restaurant I wanted to go to. Like I'd given away my food on Sunday night because I'm thinking like, okay, like they're not gonna let me go from the courthouse. Like I gave away all my food to two guys and friends, and like I'm feeling good. Like I was so sure that I was going home that like I didn't want to have people just pick my food. I'd rather give it to the two guys I'm friends with. So they gave me 2 packages of fish back, and once I go back to the pod, they'll give me some of the food back. And they just walked me through the pod, and I'm like, go get me some tuna fish. And they went up and got me some. But I was like,
go get me some tuna fish. Merch. Merch. What have we got today so far? The bad folks from Miami. I love that. Go get me some tuna fish. I think that's what you say when you want a lap dance in Latin Ninja Kings. Go get me some tuna fish.
you know, it's like, oh, I thought I was like 90%.
People said he has an answer for everything because it's the truth. Okay? Then they said, I believe him. He was definitely not part of this killing.
No, Donna, it's well established that if you have an answer for everything, that looks like you're lying. You know, if your story is so choreographed and manufactured to tick all boxes of the questions you're going to be asked, it raises eyebrows. Anyone who's lived knows that, Donna. Okay, you're choosing not to see this now. Okay, and it's embarrassing. You're embarrassing.
The one.
Yeah, so
Made her look absolutely desperate several times with incredible reaches like, quote, "You're untouchable, right?" She had to go to those kinds of traps because they have nothing substantial. He will walk. You may think he's guilty, but they haven't been close to proving it. And another one, if I were on that jury, there's no way I could say 100% he's guilty. His ex-girlfriend is totally unbelievable. She was shown to be such a liar. I mean, on and on and on and on.
Well,
Wendy's ex is not believable.
Bree's reading me what they're saying. Like, Bree's reading to me what they're saying. I'm on cloud nine. I'm making phone calls over the weekend. I spoke to John Hader. I spoke to Mike Miz. I was like, just feeling great, thinking like everything is like everything is going as good as you could have hoped. Absolutely as good as you could have hoped. Like, Kathleen got to the point that she wanted to ask me where, how old is, what does 3 do for Dave, and how old is she? Like, why are you asking me her occupation and her age? Like,
because she had nothing to talk about.
Because you know that she's his nanny, and you're about to make me look bad. So instead, I said, well, Bree went to college, and then after she graduated college, she worked for Dave, and she was 24, and I was 39, and that's the mother of my child. Like, I shut her up. Like, she didn't have anything to say about, how old is, she was hoping that it was going to be, oh yeah, she's a nanny and she's 17. And then she'd have another Georgia technical. Whoa! Did you get in trouble? No, she was actually 25, not 24, but like, I mean, it was like, it was, I felt when I was honestly, Mom, I felt when I was on the stand and she asked me, what does 3 do for Dave and how old is she? I was like, you have nothing else to ask me.
I know.
You've run out of questions. I mean, Mom, I've never in my life gone from one extreme of emotion to the next like this. I've never come close. Not.
We were all on a high. After you testified, we wwere all on a high. And Bree is right. All these messages came.
That was the Xanax, Donna. Can you imagine them watching this trial? Fucking pill bottles all over the floor. Harvey gets up to take a piss, and it's just, sweeping sound of empty plastic pill bottles, fucking as he drags his crusty slippers across the fucking floor of the Icon, We were all on a high. Very sleepy, dozy high. My serotonin was feeling nice.
And positively, they couldn't believe how
Miles called up. He couldn't wait to tell us.
he said he's totally innocent, and his son-in-law, who's a lawyer, called. He is totally innocent. He said he's getting off because they had absolutely nothing. I mean, this is from intelligent people. That's my problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yes, that's the catch. That's the jury of my peers. The jury of my peers was not there. There was one juror, number 15, that he would have said he's a juror of your peers. He knows that if you're going to find a guy guilty of first-degree murder, you better be so sure you know what happened. You better be really, 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 really sure you know what happened. But they just had Georgia going, listen, if you use your common sense and you see what's going on here, all this code talk, just, you know what guilty is. If you feel he's guilty, vote guilty. Like, that's like saying, like I said before, like you think the Kansas City Chiefs will beat the Dolphins. Well, that may be your feeling, but you sure aren't going to bet more than, you're not going to say I'm 90% sure, 95% sure, 99% sure. Like, that's the realm that you have to be. You're going to take somebody's fucking life.
Yes.
Like, I can't get over. Like, you're taking somebody's fucking life from them, and you're destroying lives, and you're being shown fucking emails, or like a book that Wendy wrote, or autopsy photos. Like, the autopsy photos are horrible. I didn't write the book, and she can say whatever the fuck she wants. She used it to rub it in their face to be like, look, this rich, educated white girl is laughing at you on her way to civilization. And isn't that what she did? Isn't that what you did? Tallahassee was just a stop on your way to civilization. You even said it in the book. You were foreshadowing. You were making fun of people.
Emails, nothing. They had absolutely nothing. And they had a liar for their big witness. So nothing.
And 2 big witnesses. The guy, the girl.
No, listen. Yeah, but I don't want to talk about that. But I'm just saying, like,
No.
yes. But I'm just saying, like, even when somebody was lying, they're just like, well, it's okay if they're lying. You read these emails. Like, holy shit. I was just sitting there thinking, honestly, you know what I was thinking? You know what I was thinking, because I knew it was going to be like this.
I know what you were thinking. I was thinking.
This is a fucking this is a fucking TV production. This is a TV production she's putting on. So wow, everybody. Like, look at the audience, and look at the TV production, and look at this Tallahassee putting on her show. Am I like that? Like, Dan couldn't have done a better job. He could have done the case 100 times up here with an Adelson attached to the case. He wasn't good.
Yeah, I know it. He knows it.
Yeah.
Believe me. He did. He is sick about it. Oh.
Because I don't think Dan's blowing smoke up my ass when he tells me that.
Yeah, he's so sick. He needs to go with what do you call it? What do you call it? What do you call it when you're sad, so you go shopping? There's a word for it. Come on, I know a bunch of you do that all the time. I used to when I had any money. Is it therapy shopping? What is it called? You know, when you're down and you just retail therapy. Thank you, C-Star. Yeah, I'm sure Dan's going to be needing some retail therapy right now. He's heading down to the fucking Cuban jeweler district. He's going to get a big dollar sign encrusted with 18-karat gold, you know, and wear it on a huge chain link thing around his neck, like one of those rappers that have a white Rolls Royce or something,
No.
And he made it like, he's very straightforward. And he dissected the case and broke it all down.
Oh look, all the women got it. Well, we don't know if C-Star is a woman or a man or anything else. And David knows too.
He never planned on walking into a circus with a TV show.
No, he did not. He did not. He was excellent. The opening with everything he did.
Brass tacks. What case is that said a lot in? It was in Better Call Saul, wasn't it? Let's get down to brass tacks.
His cross-examinations. I mean, he was terrific. He really was.
Yeah, I mean, there are people he knew he didn't want to beat up on the stand, and he just let them go. There was nothing to beat him up on. Like,
Right.
He didn't want to lose points trying to go after law enforcement. Okay. Like, he could have objected to some of the stuff Sanford was saying. He was just like, it makes us look bad if we're going after them.
Meanwhile, none of that would have mattered, hon. None of that would have mattered. This was just
the God's honest truth. The God's honest truth was that Dan chance. And it wasn't because of the evidence.
Hey,
it
California.
was because of the TV show. It was because of 2020. It was because of Facebook. It was because of the blog. It was because of the podcast. It was because of the newspaper, the local stations, the out-of-town stations covering it, Court TV covering it, in a small-ass town, and you're an outsider from Miami. Rich, white, Jewish. Holy shit.
Yeah. Wow.
Just...
Cannot believe it. I still can't believe it.
It's. I mean, I feel better when I'm talking to you guys, other than when I'm not talking to you. I'm looking at the shit I'm feeling myself. It's like, painting. feel as good as to be able to talk, like,
I know.
voice my opinion.
I'm hopeful that he will see you earlier tomorrow, and that you'll get out of there, because it
Some
could
point
be
during the day.
some point during the day. Is he there? He's there just like regular out, like up to 5?
I think it's just regular hours, yeah.
All right. So hopefully during the day. And
Did you
then,
notice that the bridge of my nose between my eyes was all red?
what was that from?
Did you see that on TV or no?
No.
No, check this out. So you don't have tweezers, so
Pinto, ring the bell, Soap. Ring the bell. Sound the trumpet. How you doing, Sally? Good to see you. Did you get your car started?
sitting watching the weekend, and I've got my index finger and my thumb, and I'm using my fingernails, as like little pinchers. So I'm like I'm plugging the eyebrows between my two eyebrows, like in the center, right? So like if you take your two fingernails, you can pinch it and pull the hair out, right? So I'm just sitting watching the Heat game doing that, and I must have had that on my fingers. It's being so fucking disgusting. And it looked like I was breaking out with like a pimple, another pimple, another person.
Charlie, from this point on, you are one big pimple.
Well, and it looked like a herpes virus. So I didn't put anything on it, just thinking it was going to run its course. But I didn't touch it or rub my eye. It literally scabbed up with like a really thick scab. I didn't pull the scab off. I didn't have the scab up in 2 weeks. It was the first week of June. I have permanent scarring between my two eyebrows. Like it's all, if you look at pictures of something, it's all red. Right? You have that little scar, it's like all scarring up and down it. It's like real red. But it's also because the skin is so pale. I'm like ash white. So, but it's real red. This is from the skin looked cherry red for like 2 months afterwards. I mean, people would come up and say, like, what happened to you? I mean, it's still scarred, and that's from June, July, August, September, October, 5 months. And I haven't been in the sun, so it hasn't been sun damage. But
You didn't see it. You didn't see it. Because
okay, that's just not the Democrat saw.
No.
That's just matter. I was looking forward to seeing Jerry and so I can ask my wife a little bit, while taking my dogs for a walk, and just going to get sushi and see my son. And like, you don't realize, like, I just kind of viewed being here like, yeah, I would say to you, this is like, you're so strong, you're so strong, and I'm like, as long as I get out of this, I'm fine. I'm fine with that about a year and a half. I feel like as long as I get out of this, I'm fine.
That's what you
And I'm
said.
like, I did it every time, right? Like, as long as I
Anybody just joining us, don't forget to click that like button. Like that video. Click that button. Thank you so much.
get out here, I'm fine. I did my 18, 19 months county jail, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. And now it's like, I was so fucking excited last weekend. Resending me that stuff. Everything's going good. And things very, very positive. And it's like, holy shit, Monday morning came. And it was like, she gave you a 2-hour summary, like that kind of radio said. She put the movie pieces together for everybody. She put a masterful movie together. Like,
Oh yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, the closing was on the Monday, so he had the whole weekend to think about his case, and let Daniel Rashbaum's bullshit. I'm driving you home. We will win. Just suffer under that misapprehension for some time, and then slam you out on Monday.
yeah, this one's lying. You don't need to listen to her. This one is backing him up with what it could be. You don't need to listen to him. Those are the people involved in the case. Let's focus on this book. Let's focus on Ryan Fitzpatrick. Let's focus on what his sister said. Let's focus on text messages and emails. Like, Mom's talking about his dad's birthday present. You didn't say his dad's for? So the birthday present. Jay's birthday present. You know, yeah, his birthday is in 4 or 5 weeks, and we hadn't picked out exactly what we're going to do for it.
No evidence. Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, usually like 4 or 5 weeks before the birthday, you're really crunching down on the plans. That's pretty normal. You don't take birthday presents and stuff like that. No.
So Dan's driving back tomorrow. He's not going to. He was there today. I know.
I saw him today. I saw him behind glass. I mean, the glass is like 3-inch thick glass that you can't hear through. I mean, literally, like someone could scream on the other side of the glass, you wouldn't hear anything. You hold the telephone, they hold the telephone, and you talk on the telephone, and you look at each other through the glass. That's the attorney booth. So the attorneys can pretty much always come in here in the jail and see their clients very easily. It's just an attorney booth, so they don't have to have a bar. They get let into a booth, and you get let into the booth from the pod, and you're on 2 pieces of glass. You know, but when I had the contact visits, they always had to have a guard sitting outside the door, and then I got to sit in the same room as him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we spent so much time. If I told you how much time we spent coming up here and like going over everything with me and making sure I was so well knowledgeable, any questions he had, which is, you know, he worked. I know how hard he worked in all this case. He told me that he's been working for 20-something years as a lawyer, and he said, I can honestly tell you I've never come close to working this hard on a case. Because usually I don't know if I'll start putting the work in until 6-8 weeks before, because I started a year before on this case.
I know that. Unbelievable what he did. Really and truly unbelievable.
Yeah. No, I mean, coming up, I can't tell you how much time we spent on the phone together, going over stuff, going over wires, you know, him asking me questions, you know, really knowing the discovery in the case. And you have to, because the state questions a witness, you got to be ready to refer to stuff and question them and cross-examine them right after. It's not like the state questions a witness and you get to do it the next day. You know, the state questions a witness and you're going up 30 seconds later. So, I mean, he was so, not only was he so prepared, but, you know, he had Kate, and then he had the jury consultants that he got, like the best. Like, bringing out the best. This was not like, this was not like, oh, well, I'll take this case, you know, pro bono, I want to get my name in the press, you know, I want to try to make a name for myself, like.
Pro bono? No, the price is $2 million. Okay, we're not doing pro bono here. Okay, no. Yeah, name in the press. It's not gonna matter. After this case, I'm retiring. Pro bono? Who said that? No, $2 million.
This was like he did this to fucking win.
Oh yes, he did.
Yeah, he did, Charlie.
Yes, he did.
He did. He certainly did.
You know, and he believed that if he outworked everybody and knew the case better than anybody else, knew the facts, that they weren't going to be able to come close. And I don't really think, like sitting there in the case, I don't really think that they came close in any regard.
The death of Professor Markel was a tragedy. This community lost a brother, a mentor, son and friend. yeah, he worked hard.
She just fluffed it over on that at the end. She just fluffed it over like it was nothing. Nothing.
I mean, everything he said, we kept saying, like, things wrong. And we're like, she still doesn't get it. Like, you look at me and be like, she still doesn't get it. She still doesn't get it. she didn't want to get it. She just wanted to pretend like that wasn't under Ben, and she's just going to talk over us and say, look at these emails. Look at this book. She knew that all else failed, I could get this jury to fucking hate these people. And didn't even say, like, you don't have to like them to acquit him. Because you know what? They can't hate you. If they hate you, and they feel like you're making fun of them, you're belittling to them, and you think you're better than them, you're arrogant, you think you're untouchable, they ain't gonna go there. They're like clay in her hands at that point.
Okay. Pink thinks they're real clever, but you know, I have super administrative privileges, so it's night. We're gonna block you from all access. You think I can't do it? I can do it in an instant. I can do it in a heartbeat. Community, blah, 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 blah.
She had nothing else to say.
So she had nothing. She had nothing.
I mean, and you know, it's funny, that's what Mike Vincent to me, when I spoke to him over the weekend, he's like, Charlie, he's like, I saw her questioning you, and it's almost like she gave up. Like she just left her.
Who said that to you?
Mike Vince.
Oh, Michael, yeah.
Yeah, I saw her. It wasn't like she came to like an abrupt end. Like she ran out of things. Like she got frustrated. She like kind of put her hands up. Like she wasn't like Bree was reading the quotes to me that people were writing, and it was like people were saying like, I can't wait to see Kappelman hammer Adelson. And it's like someone was writing back, looks like Adelson hammered Kappelman. Like, see, these are people who are watching the trial.
Really watching, right?
It's like watching a real trial, and it was a real trial going on.
Okay, I think it's done now. Yeah, they changed their name. Now it's Pink Doesn't Care About You, but, you know, you're going to have to create a brand new account if you want to keep hassling this channel, Pink. Bye, Pink.
And I think she realized after Friday where she was. And said, you know what? I'm going to put a clothes together.
Hey, look, we've got Pink and Christina. Now all we need is Lil Kim and Maya. And Missy Elliott, of course.
That will make every single person on this jury despise these people when I'm done. Despise them. There's only one reason you're bringing Wendy's book and reading about this whole stop and how it made down in the city. It sounds just like Tallahassee.
But she had no evidence. Everybody knows that she had no evidence, nothing. She just played around.
Yeah.
No facts. No facts.
Cut and paste, put your sweet southern accent on it, you know, finesse it, and like, y'all,
Yeah, added that.
y'all know what you got here. Why are they talking like this? So there's a good explanation, and I gave it over the course of a day and a half. But you just asked it like, even his own sister said, even his own sister said, okay, well, now you got the jury believing that, like, even his own sister doesn't support him. The way you said it, that's how it sounds. Like,
she summed it up for them, so they didn't have to think for themselves. She just gave them
didn't have to think.
a quick note.
First, I'm going to get you to hate him. and then I'm going to give you a couple retard-proof clip note things to settle in your stomach. Then I'm going to show you some horrible photos and leave them on the screen. And let that soak in. Then I'm going to show you the photos again. Let that soak in again for another 5 to 10 minutes while I talk to you. You get real angry. So now you hate these people and you're angry. Like, I mean, like, I got done watching, I told you, I said to Kate, like,
Thanks for clicking the like button, Brian.
so this is not good.
Yeah.
Like,
You do. I looked
Yeah,
at that,
I'm looking-
she finished, and I said, who's she talking to, third graders? I mean, it was ridiculous.
there was 5 black women on the jury, 1 black guy that was a sergeant I told you about, 1 kind of redneck looking a little bit, like 50-year-old guy, then 3 guys that looked like they were inbred that were like,
Well, actually, woman is plural, so women is plural, so aunts would be correct.
out of shape, 30 years old, looked like they never had a girl in their life, and like one of them worked at the Florida State bookstore. He was wearing his Florida State sweatshirt during the trial a couple times. And he worked at the Florida State bookstore. Another one's wife was a professor at Florida State, and another one had. So there were 3 people in the jury affiliated with Florida State. 3 affiliated with Florida State, and 5 with family members of law enforcement and a sergeant. And that's who we got. Can you imagine what we had to get off?
Yeah.
I mean, we had people that we had to get off because they were married. Her husband was a sheriff's officer, so she could be fair.
Yeah.
So her husband's a sheriff's officer, all the friends are sheriff's officers, but she can be fair. Yeah.
No.
And drink the Kool-Aid, they can come up there and get a fair trial.
Wasn't going to happen.
What's that?
No, I said it wasn't going to happen, and I really, we all believed it would because you had the evidence and they did not. It didn't matter.
And Dan explained it to them so well.
Oh my God.
You know, if you're in doubt, you have to.
Yeah.
No, the Georgia case should go down. I think that. So she's like, if you think they're guilty, you got to vote guilty. Like, I mean, you talk to someone who really knows, has a brain on their shoulders, to go beyond a reasonable doubt on a murder one case, you have to be so sure you know what happened.
That's right. And Dan explained that. It was clearly
You have to
explained.
be so sure you know what happened. Not like, oh, I think, or I'm like, if they knew what happened, they wouldn't be showing Wendy's book, trying to rub it in their face. You think anyone on the jury has ever written a book?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Just threw shit in there that had nothing to do with anything. Just as you said, just to antagonize, just to flavor it.
It goes towards photo. It says.
You know, the actual content of this long call really isn't much, isn't it? But why is it that it's still so amazing? I think it's amazing because they speak for hours without saying anything at all, right? I mean, they go round and round and round. They misinterpret all of the things that matter, like what reasonable doubt means, and they seem to invent brand new standards that the court should adopt, like that picture of the dead body, you shouldn't be able to leave that up. That's an emotional manipulation. You're manipulating the jury, and that is unconstitutional. It's like they have their own constitution, the Adelsons, don't they? Constitution of the United States of Adelson. You know. maybe they should change the name of it.
Mom, it's like throwing everything in a salad to make it get some flavor.
Like throwing a lot of shit on the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I was flabbergasted when I heard him say even his best friend Ryan Patrick.
Oh, I know. When he said about even his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick,
Oh, yeah.
I was like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Where are you getting this from? Doesn't matter where she's getting it from. Pull it out of your ass and just say it. Doesn't matter."
From him to me in 2014. Doesn't matter. You just called him my best friend. Now it seems like I opened up to my best friend, and then we had a falling out, and that's why I said what I said on the stand.
Yeah.
That's why I said what I said on the stand. And, you know, he was a friend that I opened up to. He was my best friend. No, he wasn't.
And Dan also called it. Dan went after him.
He did.
He went after him.
Oh, he tore him apart. But then it made it look like he was a friend that we had a falling out. So maybe we were really close at one time.
No, I don't think, honestly, Charlie, I don't think they thought that. I don't think they thought much in general, to be honest with you. They weren't following that. They really weren't.
No.
That wasn't a...
They were probably sleeping there.
I'm like...
They were probably sleeping there. I think it's nap time for Harvey. You know, God, they were probably sleeping here. I'm sleeping right now. Well, it's like, yeah, you know, Donna hasn't even seen the jury. Everyone in the gallery has seen the jury. She's like, no, they didn't. They don't think. They just do. They just do. They don't think. They just, all they can do is do.
You know, this is honestly like...
You know, it happened.
And 12 people. All 12.
Hi, Ritz. Good to see you.
Like, holy shit.
It was 5 o'clock. They wanted to go home. So that was it. Honestly, if they actually deliberated, it would have taken at least 2 days. At least. You couldn't go
To
over
go through
it.
the evidence.
They
To
didn't look at
go
it.
through... what Dan was telling them, look at this wire, look at what he says on this wire at this time. This wire is like ZZ at 334 seconds. He says this. Look it up. I'm looking at the jury. I was getting sick. Nobody was writing anything down. He was giving them exact instructions on where to look. It's just to fast forward and go to this. I didn't give a shit. They weren't looking it up. I mean, I was sitting there getting sick to myself. Then they bring me down to the cell. Like my hands are chained to my waist, and I got leg shackles on. I'm talking 1 o'clock, like 1:15. They probably ate lunch till 2, and deliberated probably 2 to 5, right?
No, they were gone at 5. They were gone at 5.
Yeah. So for 3 hours and 45 minutes, I sat in that cell by myself while the jury was deliberating.
They didn't deliberate.
And they came to the guy and said, we have a verdict. And it's like, they have a question for the judge. Anytime there's a question for the judge, they bring you up. I go, do they have a question for the judge? The guy looks at me and goes, no. He goes, no, we got a verdict.
No.
And I go, can you tell me what it is? He goes, I can't tell you. And then I said, well, you have a verdict, could it be under? And he goes, no. He goes, the verdict means either they're all saying innocent or all saying guilty. And then I had to go walk up to the 2 different elevators and walk across the shackles, chains. And then I'm like, hey, can I put my tie and belt on? And he goes, no, the judge wants you in your chains. That's all. He goes, you're going to sit there.
He's not been transferred to a prison yet, Debbie Gibby. You know, he's still in the custody of Leon County Detention Center under Chief Mack, you know.
Down and the jury won't see you because you'll have your hands underneath the table, but he doesn't want to take the shackles off. I'm like, oh, fuck. the way he said it like that, like the judge doesn't even want you putting your tie on. I thought to myself, the judge knows.
No. We knew because of the time. We knew because of the time.
You know, we saw the time, Charlie. You know.
And I saw your face. I mean, I knew before that just from the time, but I saw your face when you walked in. I mean, it was obvious.
They should be walking in.
What did we see? We see him.
I saw you sitting without the tie.
Yeah, without the tie.
So the time.
Right.
And we know.
We
know.
Oh, I knew too. You could see it on my face. I wasn't even like.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a little. I was upset. I was in shock. I just put my head down for a second and then picked my head back up. But I was like,
Yeah.
it literally in 24 hours. I went from feeling like I was ready to win the Super Bowl to finding out that I got cancer.
We were on the same roller coaster. Trust me, the same roller coaster. Everybody said that.
We were getting
so excited.
Texts from people just telling us, you know, how good you were. And I kept saying to Mom, I told you Charlie would be fine.
Yeah.
I told you.
Yeah. We already knew Dan was going to be great. I didn't know how you would be.
Listen, I said, like, I didn't know how well I was going to do either. I mean, like, that was not rehearsed with Dan. I did not know anything he was going to fucking ask me at all. Nothing. I knew none of what he was going to ask me at all. He's like, the reason you can't know is because when Kaplan asks you questions, if you come off too good with me and you're not good with her, it's going to look like we practiced it. Because right. You got it. So his answer was really smart. He's like, listen, you have to know the case, whether I'm asking the questions or she's asking the questions. Otherwise, you're going to look really smart when I ask questions and really dumb when she asks questions. So you might as well know everything. And I'm not going to give you my notes. So I was nervous sometimes because I was like, I didn't know how I was getting it, you know, how I was looking or how I was sounding. And then she got to me. And I thought I did really well.
You did. You beat her up. You beat her up.
Yeah.
It was
no, that's what people are saying. It's like he's hammering Kaplan. Like, you know, everyone's saying like great stuff. Just people are following it are smart. The people on the jury, Mom.
Oh God.
And I hate to say it, but I fucking knew it. I knew, and I said it 100 times when I was in South Florida. The Tallahassee jury, the Tallahassee people, they're gonna fucking hate me. I'm gonna look like some rich white Jew coming from South Florida. I had no idea she was gonna put on a production that she did, but up until that point, I thought everything was coming to good. Until she totally derailed from like, don't listen to the evidence, just listen to what I tell you is the evidence. Even his best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, even his sister. Here, let me show you snippets of like cut and paste. Like, I honestly, I would have been so much better off.
I know.
Looking at it from a different perspective. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
Yeah. Like I hate. You know, you can't live in hindsight. But I had some smart people say things to me. I really believed in the system, and I thought.
Yeah, from a different perspective, like a beach in Israel.
Like it was. I thought it was a winnable situation, and I thought it would come across, and I feel like it did. Like literally, up until she put 2 hours of like, you know, TV show on.
Yeah.
It did. Honestly, after that, because what she was showing was in black and white. She went away from testimony. She went away from what people were saying. She was putting her new spin on the testimony, and she was giving it like the George Kaplan's glare. They want to put the kids in Nazi uniforms. Oh, people are fucking crazy. Oh my God.
They didn't realize what actually what they were doing. Stupid, yeah.
stupid, really stupid. You don't just take stupid and take someone's life away.
Yeah.
Like, I still can't believe I lost my wife, but I did wrong. I really. I know it's not over. I know we're still going to play it. Let me explain something to you. It's the likelihood of something getting like Dan said, he said, you got to get an appellate lawyer. Just don't spend a fortune on them. They're expensive. You got to at least do it just in case.
Yeah.
To get something brought back on appeal, or maybe in 9 months from now, a juror writes or says something stupid.
Yeah, probably not a good idea to blow a bunch of money on an appellate lawyer, like you did with me. Because it's probably not going to go anywhere. So, I mean, do it, just in case. You might as well. I mean, you're not going to have much to do for the rest of your life, so this will probably keep you busy while you adjust. But don't spend a bunch of money, because
But he's like, this judge let a lot of stuff in. It's not like we have a lot of grounds to,
I was so worried, because remember when Charlie had his Arthur hearing way back, I think it was around May of 2023. And Rashbaum was representing him, and the judge was still Judge Wheeler, who sat on the retrial of Katie McBanower. And then as we got closer to November, I remember the announcement saying, Judge Wheeler removed, or I don't know if they said removed. They said he's what do you call it? Withdrawn from sitting on the case or something. And I was so worried. And they said, there's this new judge. And I was checking out pictures of Judge Everett, before I knew his lovely personality. And I was like, what if he's on the take? What if he's on the Adelson payroll? They've managed to get a judge in that's gonna, I was like, oh my God, they've done it. They've managed to do it somehow, some way. Harvey's got some friends way up top, and they've got Judge Wheeler off the case, and they've put crooked Judge Everett in charge. I'm happy to say that was not the case.
I definitely didn't have ineffective counsel. You can either go ineffective counsel, blame the judge, or blame the jury. Other than that, the jury has spoken. It's very weird for me. Like, I'm fucking going crazy in my head, shit is at myself, thinking like I actually thought I was going to get a fair jury up here. This was a fucking shit. Like I never should have. When Enzo died, it should have been my side.
Yeah.
I should have.
I know.
Know exactly what I'm saying.
Hey, Charlie, remind me what the point was again to spend another $1 million on the services of Josh Dubin, world-class jury consultant that was going to come in and speak to each member of the jury and show you how to rig the odds in your favor. I mean, he's the one you should be mad at. You gave him a big fat check and didn't get a fair jury. I mean, you had a huge pool to choose from. More than half of them had never heard of this case. You're saying that all of them are liars, or what?
I know exactly what you're saying.
We know.
Things you don't have to say. I know exactly what you're saying. We both.
It's like I fucking now I feel like a fucking.
I know.
Now I know.
Have you talked to Dan about this? All
Yeah,
with the jury.
Yeah, no. I trust me, Kate wanted to get up and leave while I was talking to Dan. He spent 45 minutes with him today. She was ready to go, and I'm like, she was up on the side. I could look too far. I could tell she was rushing at me. Dan's like, give me 10 more minutes. I'm like, Dan, I know I'm competing myself. I know I am. He's like, it's fine. I'm like, Dan, you did a great job, but I should have. I said, I told him what I really thought I should have done.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, and you could have done this case 100 times up here. You were not going to win. And he said, not with that jury.
Yeah.
But that was with Josh Dubin helping us weed through the shit that was there.
Yeah, that's all that was left.
And the problem was we were using our exes to get people off that could not be on the jury in a million years. They were using their exes to get people off that would have seen what happened, seen my side. That's really like we should have gotten twice as many exes if we were going to play that game, because it wasn't the people coming in were so tainted. To give us 10 and them 10 was a joke. We should have had 30 and they should have had 5. You know, I mean, you put the change of venue motion in. But I just feel like if they change the motion to a small town in the Panhandle, it would be the biggest event that ever happened there. It would be, it's on, I'm riding into the court in the morning, and Preston Scott is obsessed with my case.
Yeah,
and he has a lawyer that calls in, this mentor lawyer call in, and he's like giving the play-by-play and like giving it scenarios on it, and like he's obsessed. Every morning he talks about my case. We're driving in the transport van, and the officer's listening to Preston Scott. And I'm sitting in the van and I'm listening to Preston Scott and the lawyer talking about me. I'm in my course suited all shackled up, and I'm like, this feels like a fucking movie. Like, and the only thing people know is you were convicted, Kappelman won, you lost. You lost just the way anyone else loses. But it's like, George said beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, if you use your reasoning and you think you're guilty, you're not guilty. Like, these people fucking hated me. And they used all this extraneous stuff of like, when he advanced the worst and it was tumultuous. Well, most divorces are. But like, they made it out like, I mean, they painted such a fucking picture. There was not a chance in hell I was going to get a fair shake in this town. That's your bottom line.
I want to tell you, we were where you were over that weekend. We were all where you were.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nobody thought anything different other than pretty obvious. I mean, he put on an amazing case. Charlie testified perfectly. It's done. He got it.
Yeah.
Everybody said the same thing.
We were very happy. Really, you know.
Like, what the fuck? These people, like, it almost should be like a do-over if you have such a bad verdict. But it's the verdict produced by a prosecutor that brought it, was able to bring mounds of shit that has nothing to do with me. But it's enough to make you hate my sister. It's enough to make you hate my mother. It's enough to make you hate me. And it's one thing if they just hate you. It's another thing if they hate your whole family and they feel like you're shitting on them in Tallahassee. Miami people coming up here and really, really like belittling us, comic book. There's only one reason why Kappelman read that line from her book. There's only one reason. That's to drive home the message that Wendy thinks she's smarter than everybody else. She foreshadowed her move in a book. She even wrote a book about the move. She knew this move was going to happen. She even wrote a book about it. What was the name of that town, Wendy?
I don't think Rashbaum would be in trouble for helping them flee. I mean, you know, they were fleeing from an anticipated arrest. It wasn't like they had an appointment to be at court or had received a summons or been informed of a warrant or something like that. So I don't see why anybody telling them to go to Vietnam would be an issue, really.
So that you refer to as a small stop in their plan on the way to civilization. I mean, it is kind of crazy that she wrote a book and put that in there, don't you think?
What?
I mean, it is kind of creepy that she wrote a book and put that line in there with that town. Like, she could have left that line out of the book. But she didn't know, like, she was just writing a book.
Of course, of course.
Like, she could have called the town Biloxi. She could have fucking left the line out about it being on a small stop, a small stop along the way.
She could have called the town Fluxy. She should have done. That would have been the best bit of the book. Fluxy. What did he say?
She knew this.
Why would anyone call a town, fictional or otherwise, Fluxy?
This movie was going to happen. She even wrote a book about it. What was the name of that town, Wendy? So that you refer to as a small stop in their plans on the way to civilization. I mean, it is kind of crazy that she wrote a book and put that in there, don't you think?
What?
I mean, it is kind of creepy that she wrote a book and put that line in there with that town. Like, she could have left that line out of the book. But
It was creepy when we were reading it live on air and I flicked to a random page right in the middle of the book, never picked up the book before, and it was the page that had that line on it. A small stop on the way to what we had previously known as civilization. That was totally random. That was creepy.
she didn't know, like, she was just writing a book.
Of course, of course.
Like, she could have called the town Biloxi. She could have fucking left the line out about it being on a small stop on the planet.
Biloxi. Okay, thank you, Rayanne. By the way, talking of Mississippi, where's our good friend Harley D? Where's our map? We are doing good on the map, folks, but we may have some new people in tonight. Anyone from Idaho? Perhaps. Where is it? Okay, what have we got? Not many. Just a few more to go. Of course, we're going to have to do Hawaii and Alaska before we can say we have a complete hold on the United States. But we're doing well. Kind of got a chessboard happening up in the, we're fucking, between the Rockies and the Great Lakes. What about this little... Oh no, we've got Georgia. Whoa. No. This isn't saved. Hang on. I need to update it. We've got way more than this. Okay, now we're better. So we need Alabama, Mississippi, Kentucky, West Virginia, Delaware, Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, Iowa, Nebraska, Idaho, Wyoming, and North Dakota. If you're in a gray state, please let us know in the comments and we will check you off our map.
Small stop along the way, on the way to civilization. Like, it sounds like she's foreshadowing a future event in her book, doesn't it?
Well, she made it sound like that. I know.
I mean, doesn't this? How many kids does this lady have in the book? 2 boys. What does this lady's husband do? He's an English professor, so he's a school professor. What school does he teach at? What school does he teach at in the book?
I don't know. Do you know?
What's that?
I don't know.
Like,
What school he taught at? I have no idea.
What was that?
In Wendy's book. I read it
Oh,
ages
no.
ago.
Too many years ago.
I think it's Florida State University. This is the name of the book.
Yeah. She made it up. I don't know.
So the husband's a professor at what school? He's at Florida State University. And how many boys does she have? 2 boys. And what's the name of that town? Sounds just like that. And what we say is that it's just a small stop on the way to civilization. Like, that sounds, I mean, I'm just telling you, if someone read that line in a book and the author was like the Adelson, it sounds like she's foreshadowing.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Who said that? Christina, I think. Where is it? So, Yoo-hoo is Idaho. Good job, Idaho. Are you currently in Idaho? I mean, as a resident. Because sometimes we get people and they say, well, I'm from Alabama, but I live in New York City. In that case, that person counts only as New York City. So, Emily, are you like from Iowa, living and breathing Iowa right now? Are you registered in Iowa? That's what counts. That's what counts. Otherwise, I don't want to cheat. Some people get in touch and they say, hey, Metrix, I'm in Illinois, but tomorrow I'm going to be driving through Wisconsin and Minnesota onto North Dakota, so you can cross 4 off the list. And it's like, well, no, that wouldn't be any fun. You know, then we could just get one viewer to drive across America. You know? You know. So, Yoo-hoo, are you like from Idaho but living somewhere else? And same question to who was it? Emily Duncan. Okay, all right. Well, that's good enough for me. Idaho and Iowa. I think that may complete all states beginning with the letter I. Oh, we are closing the books on this, man. There. Ain't that pretty? I wonder what the last mainland state will be. Delaware. Delaware, probably. Anyhow, let's get back to it.
Her big move to Miami, right before she buys a bottle of Old bourbon. Like, and then she drives by, and then did you like the Kaplan goes, she couldn't help herself. She had to drive out her client to make sure it was done.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only liquor store she's ever been to, Tallahassee, bought something. So she went home with it, it was good. But you know what it looks like?
Oh,
It looks like, well, let me just tell you something. That right there is 1 in a million. That she goes on that date at that time by the street on the house, and then they say that she wanted to make sure the job was done.
right.
I mean, those things like that. Listen, you can't dispute that she didn't take that route. She took the route.
She did.
But she was there, and she did a 3-4 turn.
That's right.
So when you're sitting,
She did a what, Charlie? Did you just say something like a normal human being? She did a what turn?
she couldn't help herself. She had to drive out her client to make sure it was done.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only liquor store she's ever been to, Tallahassee, bought something. So she went home with it, it was good. But you know what it looks like?
Oh,
It looks like, well, let me just tell you something. That right there is 1 in a million. That she goes on that date at that time by the street on the house, and then they say that she wanted to make sure the job was done.
right.
I mean, those things like that. Listen, you can't dispute that she didn't take that route. She took the route.
She did.
But she was there, and she did a 3-4 turn.
That's right.
So when you're sitting and you're evaluating the case,
It wasn't where they said.
right? But I'm just saying, like, I guess you could see police paper. Who knows? But I'm just saying, one says 2 or 3, one says 4 or 5. But the point is, the fact that she put her fucking car there on that time at that date, on the way out of her way, is enough for people to go, whoa, she must have known something was going on. There's no way she shows up there on that date, on that time, without having prior knowledge. She's involved.
The same nonsense about the bullet bourbon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the bullet bourbon got squashed because they had the email.
Yeah.
That
They
was,
had the invitation. Yeah.
yeah, they had the invitation that was sent for 2 people getting married for a stop the bar party to show that to request a bottle of liquor.
A specific one.
Yeah, which is crazy.
It is crazy. It's crazy.
Which is crazy. I mean, it's crazy. She's going to buy a bottle of bullet bourbon to celebrate that night. Like, if she didn't have that email, there's no explaining it. She doesn't drink alcohol. There's 5,000 bottles in the store. She passes by the crime scene, and she goes and buys a bottle of bullet bourbon to celebrate that night.
Yeah. Insane.
There's
I know.
no.
The chances are so ridiculous.
Listen, calling my parents home liar, that's not crazy. But that, driving by the scene, out of her way, and going to buy a bottle of bullet bourbon, I would have.
You see, now he's going full on. I didn't fuck up, Wendy fucked up, and I'm paying the price for her fuck up. He's doing a direct comparison. Me calling my parents' home phone? Not crazy. Her going to buy a bottle of bullet bourbon? Driving past the crime scene, a bottle of bullet bourbon when there's 5,000 bottles in the store, she doesn't drink alcohol, so she can celebrate that night, then drives past the crime scene? That's crazy. You know, he's acknowledging that she shouldn't have done that, right? you know, to those people, and I know it's a mixed opinion, but to those people that think Wendy's never gonna be arrested, I disagree. You know, there's way too much. There's way too much. There's so much. But I also think she's fully prepared for that and even looking forward to it.
To say, like,
I know.
if it smells like shit, it is shit. But no, she really was going to buy $5 liquor. She really wasn't, because and that's the only liquor store she ever been to. But she said, listen, she couldn't help herself. She had to go check it out to make sure it was done. Okay, that sounds really good. It makes her sound like she's a part of it. And if she's a part of it, then I must be a part of it. So, which story do you think makes more sense? I mean, what is the fucking chances?
The only thing Charlie cares about in this moment is protecting his mother's opinion of him. I did everything right. Of course, he's leaving out all the fucking glaring huge fuck-ups he made and focusing on calling the parents' house phone. Well, there was a lot more to it than that. But that's the only thing that what he's saying now is in service of protecting Donna's view. I did everything right, Mom. I'm not here because I fucked up, Mom. Crazy Wendy did this, Mom, and now she's abandoned you. Of course, he doesn't know that yet.
A God's green aura that she goes out of her way and drives by that tree that time on that day.
It's insane. It's crazy. It's crazy. It is. I mean, you can't even believe it.
I hate to say it, but it's almost like it's things like that that can make somebody shut out everything else, all the other things that you're saying, and you go, look, on this day, on this time, she leaves her house. She takes a route that's 5 miles longer. She drives by the scene on this date at this time. Why on God's green earth is she doing that to go to a liquor store when she could go to three of them that are closer? It's called being at the wrong place at the wrong time. But that's not a good explanation. The explanation they want to hear, she's a part of it. She knows. She has to know. How else would she be there? And that's what the jury listens to. And they go, I mean, to me, does that make sense? I mean, if I was a jury, yeah. She's showing up, isn't she?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Fucking crazy. But think about it. What are the statistical chances of her leaving her house and driving by that scene, that date, at that time, and not being involved?
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. It is. It's absolutely crazy. It's crazy. But it's true. It's what happened.
Yeah, but
It's what happened. But I'm asking you, what are the chances that her husband was just murdered? She's leaving her house and driving by the crime scene, but has no knowledge of anything going on.
And they made a big deal like, well, why didn't she call daycare? Why would she call daycare?
She got a tree fell.
That's exactly because it used to happen all the time. Yeah.
Because they have those summer storms and the trees fall, and like she just was like, like, didn't think anything of it. Thought a tree fell, and they were cornering off, and then cutting the tree, and going up the road when it's over. But, what are the, I mean, like, if I was sitting at the bar and somebody was telling me this story, that's one part of the story I have a really hard time getting over. Is what is she doing there on that date at that time, leaving her house to go out that she doesn't need to go and go to turn on this street.
yeah, it's a coincidence, you know?
But people don't like to hear it's a coincidence when it's one in a million.
No, they don't.
No?
They don't.
They don't, because you can
And
only
that was
say
one
word.
in a million. That was 1 in a million. That was insane.
That was 1 in a million.
I think 1 in a million, people can accept that because that happens. Everyone has experience with strange coincidences. You know, definitely. I have a lot. But you know, the problem is when there's so many of them all together in a big cluster, then a 1 in a million becomes practically an impossibility. That's the issue. You know, it's a coincidence is a very, very weak excuse if you use it more than once. The more times you use it, the less strong it becomes. You know, it's like you know, it's like Jodi Arias. We were watching Jodi the other day. Yeah, I was driving through the desert and I lost my phone and I drove 100 miles in the wrong direction and I ran out of gas and then I got stranded. And then I pulled over for 12 hours to take a fucking nap in the driver's chair. You know, were there any other things? I think that was pretty much it. But it was too many. It's a long drive, but it's one drive. You know? If you had that many things happen to you on one drive, it would be too much.
That literally was like...
It blows your mind.
Yeah.
Blows your mind. I mean, what else do you have to say? Like, if I was on that jury and you start hearing, well, okay, that was a clip. Okay, and then the TV repairman, the TV joke, the mom saying this TV is about 5, lots of TV talk. It's just a coincidence. I wish you picked another object on planet Earth other than the TV set to say it costs they wanted $5,000. We should just said they wanted $5,000. My response was they wanted $5,000. I mean, by the way, you didn't bring up TV until the third call. If TV was a really important code word, wouldn't you have said it in call 1 first? Wouldn't you have said it in call 2?
Well,
You don't mention TV until call 3.
That's what they don't get. Yeah.
But when you put TV, read 3 things surrounding that same TV, per outlet of the TV cost $5,000, they talk about the shows and the TV joke. All revolves around it. What are the chances of that? What are the chances of TV showing up 3 times in relation to, I think there has to be a code letter, and they give it a code name.
Yeah, they had a chart with all these code words. Yeah.
It had to be a part of it. Had to. Guess what? Had nothing to fucking do with it. Nothing. But listen, if I'm on the jury and I'm seeing the TV joke, the TV repairman at the house on the 18th, and then when you're describing how much they want, you have to reference the TV. Guess what? That looks really, it's a strange coincidence because they take an object. I wish it didn't have a repair joke, but you've got all 3 kind of revolving around the same subject matter. Why? Coincidence.
Do you see any evidence in there? No.
But coincidence that when they showed up at the house at that time, on that day, out of her way, 10 miles from her house, leave Georgia Capitalman to go. She had to check to make sure it was done. So you're sitting there on the jury and you've got to think of one of 2 things. If she showed up there to make sure the job was done, she'd kill herself. If she's guilty, then I'm guilty. Or it was just a coincidence. It was what it was.
She thought it was.
But it's a 1 in a million coincidence. And how many times can you say it's a 1 in a million coincidence before you're explaining what they think is what are the chances of it being a coincidence? You know, I mean,
I hear what you're saying.
I mean, then you start telling people playing people for stupid. You know what I mean?
I think this is the biggest call that Charlie's onslaught at Wendy, you know. He's just really letting off some steam here. He's so fucking pissed at his sister. It's funny. And it's also funny how Donna and Harvey are trying to like listen to him, and they understand and agree essentially, but they know it's being recorded, so they want to maintain, yeah, it's crazy, but it's the truth. It was a coincidence. It was 30 coincidences all happening at once.
It's like, if you want to pull everything into coincidence, eventually you're going to be like, wait, I am stupid. Like, that was a perfect example of being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
But they would never back off of it because everyone knows what are the chances you're 10 miles from your house. I mean, how far did she live?
My picture's on Discord, Kelly. Join the Discord. There's a link in the description for the Discord. But I was thinking about getting a camera for Donna's trial so we can do soap presenting the streams, or me, depending. We might shift switch. We need this new mic. If anyone wants to help us out with a super chat, help us with our goal at the top of the chat, or buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com/truecrime Metrix. Also for our Australian brothers and sisters, we do have a working PayPal link in the description. Or buy some merch. Fantastic merch, great merch. Yeah, buy us a coffee, or buy 30. That would be helpful. 100 coffees, you know, that'd sort everything out. But whatever. Just leave a like on the video. That's also very helpful. We appreciate it.
10 miles?
No.
Oh, was it?
No, I think it was closer.
Yeah,
It only took about 15 minutes, and we're talking about slow and mostly back roads, so no.
All right, 10 miles. 6-7 miles?
Yeah.
Okay. But look at where you are 6-7 miles away, and it's unrelated.
Yeah. The only way she knew how to get there, she doesn't normally go to a liquor store.
Right, but there's not only a shorter route, but it doesn't matter. You're there on that date, on that time, 6 miles from your house, and what's the reason?
Right.
You went out of your way to go to a liquor store when you could have gone another way? That's just creepy.
Yeah, it is.
but it's just a coincidence.
I know, but coincidence.
You know, and then her.
You can hear the urging in Harvey's voice, like, Charlie, shut the fuck up, change the subject. But it's just a coincidence. He's like trying to remind him, hey, listen, don't say too much, okay? This is being recorded.
And then what she wrote in the book, that's just a coincidence. So it's like TV is a coincidence, showing up there is a coincidence.
How many years ago did you write the book? I don't know.
Oh, 8 or 9, something like that.
Yeah, 08.
Many years ago.
08, yeah.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was a coincidence.
That's just a picture for the front page.
Yeah, many years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was writing about the immigration lawyer. She's an immigration lawyer. The lady's got 2 boys. She's got 2 boys. Lady's husband, school professor. Her husband was a school professor. She was stuck in some town in the middle of nowhere on the way to civilization. Like, that's a nice slap in the face for a town that sounds.
We need another 20 likes on the video, guys, to get 100%. Click that like button, please. 100%. 100%. That's what a rating. What a rating.
getting stuff someplace on the way to civilization. Like you start at the other side, and you start rolling that together, and you gotta start explaining what this coincidence is, and it sounds like she's writing about herself.
But there's also a North Florida State University.
No, it was a school she made up the name.
Yeah, but I'm saying there is a North Florida.
No, there's a University of North Florida, something like that. But it was like North Florida State University. I mean, it was like one letter off from Florida State. Listen, she was probably writing a book about herself. You know, I mean, she was using her characters, drawing upon herself. But it makes it seem like she's just like shitting on Tallahassee, and she's like giving them the middle finger on the way out and writing a book about it. I know. I'm listening to what you're saying, and it's just
it was
coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. That's all it was. And it's a book with a line that she never probably thought about, and she just threw in there, like as an offhanded comment, because Tallahassee was a place she probably didn't really plan on staying. She never planned on staying. But like she's grown accustomed to it and was fine with staying. But like the way it sounds in the book.
Thank you so much, hardworking Mod. Mob of mods, hard work. Been working hard tonight, huh? This fucking pink shit. Thank you, Michelle. That's very kind of you.
It's like she got stuck someplace on the way to civilization. The way it sounds when you're showing up at the crime scene, going out of your way, when you live 6-7 miles away, hard to explain. TV sets getting repaired on that day, the same TV set that I bought her in the joke, the same TV set you referenced when the Lion King guy wanted to.
Kyle, thank you for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Very kind of you, Kyle.
Store you for money. You need a reference a TV set, like 3 TV sets in a row, all the same topic. Come on now, we're not stupid. Like I kind of see like you're dumbing down coincidences. I mean, if she didn't have that email for the bullet bourbon.
Oh, the invitation, yeah.
If she didn't have that emailed invitation.
That would look really bad, right?
Well, you think you just drive by the crime scene and there's 5,000 bottles in the liquor store, and you buy the one that begins.
Yeah.
And you buy the only one that says bullet to go celebrate that night. Now you want to tell me that's a coincidence? You're going to say, Donna, that's a coincidence now too? Like, how many times do you want to give an explanation that that's a coincidence? It was. She got the invitation to prove it. 15 years ago, TV sets did cost a couple thousand. The only few, said what's the most common item that you can think of that cost $4,000, $5,000? People with a TV set.
Yeah.
Not anymore, but 15 years ago, yeah. You probably, this was 16, you probably bought your last set in 10. So, yeah, it happened. But it's kind of like when you start telling people, this is a crazy coincidence, this is a crazy coincidence, this is a crazy coincidence, that's really hard to start doing that with each fact that comes into the case.
No, I know. I mean, when you talk about it and analyze it the way you are,
you don't need to hear much else. I mean, when it told you how she felt in the book, thank God she had that invitation to email.
Charlie, you're breaking up. Charlie?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, I lost you for a second. I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank
God she had that email. Without that email, if someone told me she drove out of her way, drove by the crime scene, picked up a bottle of bullet bourbon to celebrate that night, what would you say? She had to know.
Of course.
She had to know.
Yeah.
There's no way she couldn't have. She was going to.
Christina, I just checked and I see your coffee. Thank you so much for the coffee, Christina. Very kind.
Celebrate that night with a bottle of bullet bourbon. There's 5,000 fucking bottles in the liquor store to buy. That's what she buys. Not a bottle of champagne. not beer, not rum, not tequila. There's 50 different kinds of bourbon. She buys bullet bourbon.
I mean, it's so insane. I mean, you're right.
Thank you, Amy, for 3 cups. Very kind of you, Amy. We're on our way. We're on our way. We're going to get that fucking microphone sorted. How many days have we got till trial? So I know that this microphone isn't the best. It used to be so good. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? Maybe if I smack it with a brick. That's the old book.
The fact that she had it there.
Bourbon. Girls don't even drink bourbon. That's why. They drink vodka. Very few women are bourbon drinkers. This one is buying bottles of bullet bourbon.
Girls don't even drink bourbon. They'll have a glass of wine or vodka. You're thinking of June Chinder, okay? June Chinder doesn't drink bourbon.
She leaves her house, goes out of the way, and passes by the client. Why do you think they took a picture of it? They're like, holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah. It has to be. I mean, if she didn't have that email, and it was just someone who told her verbally to buy it, it would have been like, oh, I don't remember what I told her to buy.
Yeah.
Like, thank God she had that. Without that, they probably would deliver it in an hour left. I mean, it would have been like, everything's a coincidence. TV joke, TV repairman. And by the way, you know why a TV repairman is the world's worst alibi?
I think the Innocence Project would laugh him out of the building, Willie B. You know, as far as I understand it, the Innocence Project take on cases that they think have a greater than 50% likelihood of achieving movement, at least, if not a full acquittal. Some sort of payoff, right, that they can take 60% of. They must look at this case and go, yeah, that's not going to be worth our time, so thanks for coming in and get the fuck off our property.
Why?
Half the time you schedule a repairman, you schedule them from 12 to 1, from 9 to 12. They call them in, schedule, they bump you to the afternoon, or they cancel on it. You would never have an alibi for a repairman. I mean, how many times do you have a repair schedule?
It wasn't for an alibi, Charlie, and you know this, okay? It was a, you know, the TV repairman, the whole TV repair was not put into place so that the TV repairman could be with Wendy at the time Dan was murdered, so that the TV repairman could say, it definitely wasn't her because we were together in her house. That would be an alibi, right? That's not what it was. What it was an excuse, a justification that would give a valid reason for the triangulation of phone calls on murder morning between Wendy in Tallahassee, Donna in South Beach, and Charlie in Fort Lauderdale. Donna made the appointment, had to phone Wendy to remind her to check the TV in the, what was it? In the living room. Make sure he checks the TV in the living room, or whatever it was, you know, some strange, needless, superfluous clarification on which TV. The fucking broken one. How about that? We start there. So there's that. Then the repairman gives some options to Wendy, and Wendy has a reason and purpose to call Charlie in Fort Lauderdale to say, oh, hey, what do you think I should do? Do you think I should get it repaired or get a new one or blah, 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 blah. I'm a woman, simple woman, mother. I'm a holy mother and I don't know TVs at all. But Charlie, you know TVs and it was your divorce present. So blah, 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 blah. You know, the fucking TV repairman is not an alibi. It's a justification to explain the triangulation of calls on murder morning. That's what it is, and you know that, Charlie.
Delivery, and they go on to cancel or change it.
Sure.
They should get moved up. You know, if they showed up at 9, they could have been left by 9:30. Like, my point is, they can also call you at 9 and say, you need to come at 1. Like, I mean, what did she need an alibi for?
Yeah.
But it kind of all fits in with the unluckiness of you saying TV.
I mean, you know, on the alibi thing, I'm sure it wouldn't hurt matters for the TV repairman to come round and, you know, the cops go and speak with him later. Did you see Wendy Adelson that morning? Yes, we saw her at the house. It wasn't at the exact time that he was killed, but whatever. I mean, I saw her and it didn't look like she was about to go and murder someone. I mean, that would be somewhat of a support to an alibi, but that wasn't the primary purpose. Primary purpose was just
As soon as you say the TV is about 5, I'm like, they wanted $5,000. Like, I can give a shit about it.
Yeah, we could put that in we could write that down in your list of fuck ups, Charlie. We've done Wendy, first FBI fucking call.
About what the TV 5 means. But I'm like, I blurt out exactly what I'm trying to make sure you're saying. I'm like, that's crazy. You know, and like, you don't mention TV till the 3rd call, yet it's so important. So basically, if I didn't call you back a 3rd time.
I love it when criminals, when all they have left is you really think I'm that dumb? You really think I'm such an empty, airhead, mindless cretin that I would blow the code on the first FBI call? If it was such a code, I wouldn't have done that. You know, really what he did is he blew the fucking code.
I wouldn't have gotten that back in code word. You know, if you dissect it like that, it makes sense. Yeah, I would have missed the code word if I only called you twice. So you called me, I called you back, and then I called you back the 3rd time. So code word obviously meant nothing if you had to wait for the 3rd call to tell me. The repairman being an alibi, what the fuck did she need an alibi for? She's not involved. Yeah. So like, what was she? She was worried they would suspect that she was the shooter, so she got the alibi. If she wanted an alibi, she could have made an appointment for herself on the other side of town that she would have kept. Not worried that a repairman cancels on her. You know, if a repairman cancels on you, the alibi is all gone. I mean, but still, the crazy thing is the route she took and the time she took, and then having to make it the U-turn on the street. Like, that was crazy. Coincidence. Like, that's what they dumped it down to. But there are some coincidences. There's no doubt, but I think people don't like hearing that there's coincidence. They don't like things explained by coincidence, especially the morning village.
Yeah.
Like that timing.
It's all of those things, Charlie. All of those things are just.
You know, and then also, by the way, the book that she wrote in 2008, like, she wrote the book 6 years earlier. Like,
That's right.
maybe 2008, 2009. I mean, did she even have her kids at that point?
Ben wasn't born until July 09.
So she may have only had one kid at that time. She may have been pregnant with the second one.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, like, kind of crazy that she put that line in the book and named the city after Tallahassee. It sounded just like Tallahassee to me when she read it out. Like, it makes, if the shoe fits, she's obviously talking about herself, getting to a place that she feels stuck on the way to civilization with her professor husband. Like, you start putting those things together. I mean, look, none of them have fucking anything to do with me. Like, nothing.
Nothing.
But since it is her movements up here in Tallahassee, you have to assume that everybody's connected. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be, there's no way that, you know, those are independent of me. You know, and then they go back to high motive, they don't get it.
No. No, they don't.
I mean, who knows? Maybe somebody will do a book or a movie and actually take our side and maybe get it.
I've thought of it, Sean. Thought of it.
I mean, it's like, you know, maybe somebody will like, listen, if the jury didn't act improperly or the judge didn't make any bad rulings, I didn't have an ineffective counsel. I had great counsel.
Yeah.
So you have to have a reason to appeal the case. Other than you had a bunch of coincidences and a stupid jury.
Yeah.
Like, but to all of those things that they were building in, like, that was their, they were allowed to bring him in because it spoke to motive. It spoke to state of mind. It spoke to, like, nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like,
it's so crazy that you can't even imagine that it's real. I mean, it is. It's just so crazy.
yeah, no, I'm here, and I'm like, I literally never, especially after this weekend, in a million fucking years, like, I was basically almost like, I didn't feel like I was in jail. I literally, like, was in such a good headspace and was like, went to play basketball, too tall, I hadn't played basketball with him, and months, and I'm like, come on, I'll play a couple of games and give it a shot. I mean, you know, giving my foot away. Yeah, I never played sports. I gave my foot away. Made a couple phone calls to keep by the hospital a long time. Kind of like hearing positive feedback. Like, that's why I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, Dan's so happy with how the case is going.
Right.
Like, saying to me each step of the way, okay, if I knew, if you asked me a week ago if I was going to be in this place, at this point in the case, would I be happy? He goes, I'd be ecstatic. And then, like, literally, like, after I testified, he's like, we're going to win this case. We're going to win. I mean, when they did their opening, he wrote on a piece of paper to me with a marker. He writes, "We will win."
Yeah.
And then,
It's so dramatic, Daniel Rashbaum. He writes on a piece of paper something that Charlie can't see, then he taps him on the shoulder and shows him the paper, and it says, "We will win." But he doesn't say that. He just lets Charlie read. I mean, he's seen that in a Nickelodeon sometime, I'm sure.
case, like, look, the worst you're going to do is a hung jury. The worst you're going to do is a hung jury. And I'm thinking, like, look, we had a good jury consultant, get good people. Dan's an awesome closer. Like, we're going to be kicking some ass and closing. It's, you know, he always says his strength is closing. His strength is closing. And now it's like in a fucking blood on the walls and shit on the ceiling. Literally, species all over the place. The sergeant says they can clean it after I get out of here tomorrow. She's not touching the walls. Like, blood splatter, literally shit on the ceiling. But, like, trust me, touching nothing.
No.
But, I mean, talk about, like, a, holy shit. Like, I'm like, this is not like a small thing. This is worse than getting cancer. This is a lot worse than getting cancer.
No, I got you.
Like, I wish I got cancer instead of this. I mean, I literally, and Dan was like, look, I mean, I'm telling you, Mom, he wouldn't have written up these things if he was that sure. He's a lawyer. He knows the court. He knows the facts. He knows the cases.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
Everyone I spoke to who's in that profession or just smart people all said the same thing. Say, oh my God, that's it. You got it. Done.
like, and Dan's a closer. He's a closer. He always says he's a closer. he said, listen, the state goes first, we go second, but I'm a closer. Like, that's it. And I was thinking to myself, okay, I did so good testifying. Now, you got to just do as good as I do. You just got to close it and we're going home. And, like, I was like, this never, like, that's the case and everything. I was, like, hoping it wasn't going to be a hung jury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Dad said.
I was hoping that there wasn't
somebody along the way that hangs it.
Yeah.
Never,
and I was thinking, like,
But I knew
are we
when
gonna,
they,
Back so fast. Oh, God.
when they had, when they had, I was saying to myself, you know, I really hope it's not like my favorite Greek god. They will do it again. Maybe they won't if I get like 9 people voting for me. Like, really thinking that. Like, holy shit.
It's unfathomable.
Yeah. It's not.
Just not.
I'm listening, like, I'm funny, like, talking to you guys like this help me out.
Good. That's good.
But,
Well, I mean, honestly, Charlie, I know you say, you know, what are the chances, but that's what Dad and I have to hold on to, that there's a chance. And so we are, because we have to. And you just have to think in the back of your head, you know what, there's a chance. In the meantime, you got to deal with what you're dealing with, and we're gonna do anything possible. You know that. You know.
I know. It's going to be a year and a half to 2 years for an appeal, just so you know.
No, I do. I do.
You know, a year and a half, 2 years for an appeal. Like, if you got a new trial, it would be, you know, 6 months after that. It's, you know, it's a long fucking process. Long process. And to get a new trial would be, in this case, a fucking miracle. And guess what? I just had a trial. Like, it was a circus. Can you imagine the circus that it would be if they brought me back? That's why I'm like,
Yeah.
Talking to you guys for the last hour has been helpful.
Good.
You know?
I just hear you.
I just learned
I mean, it's just that you put a case together, and
Yeah, you did. You
exactly
explained it
what
really
happened.
well.
Exactly what
We
happened.
were on cloud 9
We were.
when I thought it was so smart of Dan to say to the judge on Thursday, I've got another 45 minutes to an hour. Well, he only had about 15 minutes with you on Friday, but he didn't want you to be tired out cross with you on Thursday.
I thought you got an hour on Monday, on Friday.
No. It wasn't slow.
Okay. I felt like it. But I'm, something
You know what, Charlie?
I'm like half white. I've been outside for an hour and a half in the last fucking year and a half.
Yeah.
I know in the last day I have looked at the photos when they're putting it up on the projector. I'm like, holy shit, they look fucking like it.
Right.
So I was talking to Brady for Roman's birthday. I want to get him like a little bit. He loves country music.
Yeah.
So I want to get him like a little kid guitar that he can start like. I don't know if they make an electronic guitar or if they just give him one with strings, but like
An electronic guitar? I think you're referring to an electric guitar. Hey, is that an electronic guitar? Yeah. Jimi Hendrix was a pioneer of the electronic guitar. He showed us anything was possible with an electronic guitar. Hey, does anyone remember when Dylan went electronic?
something that he can like play.
Yeah.
You know, actually, like, whatever you would give a 5-year-old to start to learn guitar, like
Where are the Disney princess results, Metrix? We can read those out, sure. Unless anybody has an objection, we can read those out. I'll pull them up.
They may just have it where it's electronic. I don't know if they'll have a like acoustic guitar or an electric guitar, but something that would like a 6-year-old can learn.
Yeah.
Charlie, it's an acoustronic guitar, okay? Country music is played on an acoustronic guitar.
Right. I will. I just wrote it down, so I will start looking tomorrow.
Fucking hell, how do you even spell acoustronic?
I can find for you.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to do, you don't have to get anything like crazy expensive.
I actually kind of like that word as a word. That's nice. Maybe it should be merch. Acoustronic. I like it. Acoustronic guitar. Semi-acoustronic.
Right. Something that is 6. I mean, he may be too young at 6, but he may not be. That's like Fisher Price to be too young.
The poll, what about whether Donna's defense will be nothing like Charlie's, somewhat like Charlie's, mostly but with tweaks, or exactly the same. The most popular one was mostly but with tweaks.
No, we will. I'll see what they have, and I'll talk to Bree about it. So I'll get exactly the right thing.
Yeah, I told her I wanted to get him that. He loves music.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Okay, it sounds like a good idea. It sounds like something he would enjoy.
Yeah, we'll work on that tomorrow.
Yeah, he said something.
Oh, we could do it the French way, Michelle. Acoustronique. Acoustronique. I don't know. Either way's good.
Midnight was like, yeah, we'll get together soon.
Oh.
I'm better now. I just cry. Every time I think of it, I literally just start crying. It's the one thing that, like...
I know. Okay.
The poll was yesterday, Michelle.
You know, like, look, you guys are parents, you know, but, like, having a young kid, a 6, the only kid, being here is fucking hard.
I know, Charlie. Believe me, I get it.
Yeah, I understand.
Honestly, as bad as it is being here, it's the only thing that really it kills me. It's not just me, it's him. And it's everything that I could have done with him, like, my whole life. Like, if you gave me a choice between, like, getting cancer and maybe having a 5-year survival rate, maybe not, and being where I am now, I would take cancer and maybe having a 5-year survival rate and getting it right now. Without a question in the world. Not even a question.
Yeah, that's an easy one. What the fuck? Okay, so the options are... Alright, this is a poll. We're doing a poll on this. The options are... You've got 2 options, okay? Life without parole, no way out of jail. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to live to the ripe old age of 80 or whatever, you know. It's a dangerous place. And, you know, medical care ain't the best. Diet ain't the best. I don't think many people, you know, live as long as they would have done with a life sentence. Even if they're not murdered. So the options are life in prison, you die in jail, one way or the other, or cancer diagnosis, 5 years to live, and maybe, what was it again? What was the phrasing? Obviously you take the cancer.
Free about it. So I'll get exact.
Understand.
Honestly, as bad as it is being here, it's the only thing that really.
Good night, Michelle. Great to see you. Thank you for doing all of the stuff with that pink slut. That stupid bitch. I don't know. What was all that about? That person needs to find something to do. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Have fun at the ocean.
It killed me. It's not just me, it's him. And it's everything that I could have done with him. Like, my whole life. Like, I went from literally thinking I was going to get my life back to, like, I would have been better off. Yeah, I would have been better off getting cancer. Like, if you gave me a choice between, like, getting cancer and maybe having a 5-year survival rate, maybe not, and being where I am now, I would take cancer and maybe having a 5-year survival rate and get there right now. Without a question at all. Not even a question.
I know, Charlie. I get it.
Not even a question. If you said you have a 50% survival rate for 5 years, you want to take that or you want to be where you are? Not even a question. Not even a thought. Because Dan was so hot. If you don't understand, like, I could smell, I could see you wrote ink. When we were sitting there next to each other in the trial's beginning, he had this big laugh. He's like, he looked at me like, we will win.
Yeah.
I mean, he's never won in his entire career with status, with anything. Like, I can honestly tell you, I've never been as obsessed or worked as hard on a case. He's been to me many times in my entire life. He's like, you don't get to trust me. I constantly am talking to other lawyers. I'm talking to other lawyers, other people. I'm always asking, his buddies what they think. He's asking, the guys who ride a bike with him what they think.
All different levels, I know.
Tons of levels. And you know what? It goes down to one thing I fucking always say, is that Tallahassee jury is going to be, it's going to be a different story. They're not going to give me a fair shake up here at all. It's going to be a shit show. It's not going to be real. It's going to be a report. And it was exactly what I said. But I said that.
I do.
Remember me saying that? Like, you don't understand. Like, it's not they get an Adelson up there, they would go out, they would charge my dog. My dog doesn't stand a chance up there. And I honestly didn't even know all the stuff in the media and the news, and I really tried not to look at anything. But just the little taste of it I had, that was years ago. Like, Kate was like, Charlie, this is global. And Tallahassee's never had a story like that here. So they put on a fucking show for that last 2 hours. But I saw it and I was like, if everything they were saying was true, of course you'd convict. But it wasn't. It was a bunch of fucking lies and like cut and paste and like none of what she was saying was true. And this guy on Preston Scott is like the captain who brought it home. It was almost like a made-for-TV movie. She put it all. It was like a TV.
Made-for-TV movie, Dateline special. Wouldn't get a fair shake. I'd love to have a counter for all of the little terms he uses because he goes on and on. This one call 14 was an hour and 45. I thought we were going to do a bunch. I was going to do 11 to 20. And I put on call 14 and I was like, man, that's a really long call. We're ending at 14.
Okay, watching how she put the whole case together. The problem is she's putting a bunch of things in here that are just merely coincidences. But hard to explain stuff as a coincidence and get people to follow you. No one wants to hear the word coincidence too many times. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah, I do. I do, Charles.
There's only so many times you want to hear the word coincidence before you go away. You're telling me I'm stupid. She drove by his house.
Yeah.
She left her place. That's not a, that wasn't a common route for her to take. On that, never on that date or that time, ever.
Yeah.
And you're right. But it's like stuff like that, I think, really makes it smell like shit. For lack of a better term, it's like,
I know.
it's like, how many times do you want to say it's a coincidence? Oh, it's a, there's some of that. Oh, it's just a coincidence. Oh, it's just a coincidence. Okay, well, by the fourth time you say the word coincidence, I'm about to say, you call me stupid. Use your common sense, folks. Well, that's like, when you say use your common sense, folks, that's like saying don't believe the word coincidence.
Right.
Because it's like, how much do you want me to believe, not to believe what I see or hear? And you're going to say it's a coincidence.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm doing it now, I'm like, now what do you say?
Well,
Now I sit here and I can't believe it. Now I'm going to be on TV. It's a coincidence. Like, there's just so many things, like, listen, thank God she had that email for the Polish bourbon.
that's right. That's right.
Because honestly, nobody on planet Earth would have $5,000 in the store. She picked that and she's not a bourbon drinker.
Yeah.
Then you start going, how many different types are there in the store? How many different types of bourbon are there in the store? You don't even drink.
Oh, mute button, I think. Did you guys hear what I just said? Christina, you're quick on the type. Did you hear that or not? I can repeat it. What did I say? I said, at this point in time, November 7th, Donna has already received the very, very cold email letter from Wendy saying, basically ceasing all contact, go through our lawyers, not talking about the case, I'm not guilty, no inquiry to Charlie's state of mind, well-being, anything like that, not one bit. No, I'm not responsible, not guilty, go through our lawyers. And Donna's like, what the fuck? So when we've got sound now, I think I just turned it on. So when Charlie's going on about all of Wendy's errors, well, maybe not errors, maybe not errors. I don't think they are errors. What did I say earlier? The very least, Wendy's position was the best way to protect myself is to not protect them. As opposed to what is the best way to help everybody. I think you might be a little bit behind Yoo-hoo. Somebody else say if you can hear the audio right now. Lee, can you hear me speaking right now? Oh, okay. Cool. So what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Goddamn microphone. It's okay. We'll come back to it.
That's right. No receipt. Get nowhere.
Yeah, she didn't have the email. It was the
Email.
yeah, girls drink vodka, girls drink champagne, they drink wine. Never know one to go buy bullets of bourbon.
Yeah.
Like, to celebrate that night. Oh, and you don't even drink. You're not a drinker.
Right. Yeah. That's
It's all true.
It's all true.
Yeah.
He might as well be saying yeah right after that. But it's all true, right? Yeah, sure. Fuck it.
And was yeah, I just said to him, we never would have won this game. We just said not without Joe. And that's with Josh too, the picking.
yeah.
You know, the team had two guys with him. You know, they had this whole checkerboard and like yellow footballs all over the place and like doing research on jurors and like looking up their social media stuff and like really like, you know, doing their due diligence. I mean, it wasn't just, but there were people on there that were so horrible. Like most of the exes they had, I was like, yeah, I agree, we gotta get rid of this guy. So it wasn't as useful as it could be because we weren't being, you know, we didn't get to the nitty gritty. We just got rid of people that were bums.
Yeah.
One guy came in, I don't know if I told you this, one guy came in, he didn't really know much about the case, maybe saw some stuff online about 2 years ago, that's about it. Well, anyway, they do research on his juror, right? This guy posted on his Facebook that he wanted to kill Sigfredo Garcia and thought it would be a good idea.
Oh, my God.
3 months ago. Well, he just got done saying he didn't know much about the case. He was lying to get on the jury. And he was like a nice 70-year-old guy who was saying all the right things to get on the jury. Next thing you know, he's fucking posting about it in his post, on his public post on his Facebook a few months earlier. If we weren't reading that, we never would have known.
That's right.
If he didn't post about it, we never would have known. He would have been on the jury. So he got struck for cause. They called him back in and they asked him, you know, have you posted anything online? Have you posted anything on Facebook? And he confessed to it, but we showed it to the judge before we brought him back in. First time through, he was like, honestly, 70-year-old, nice guy. He was all about like not knowing much and treating me fair. And so we realized he's obsessed with the case. He was there on closing arguments. He started coming to the case to watch. So Dan's like, look, you know, we got rid of what we got rid of.
Right.
You know, but like, you know, I don't think these people were being honest with us that are on the jury. You know, as far as what their knowledge was or their opinion of the case or their exposure. I mean, we had 5 people on the jury who had law enforcement in their family.
I don't know how that's allowed. Honestly, I don't know how they could allow that.
Listen to this. Someone comes in, they ask them a whole bunch of questions. They could say they know about the case. They could say they think I'm guilty from what they know about the case. And then they ask the person, well, do you think that you could separate yourself from those thoughts that you had when you came in here today and follow the rule of law and not hold any preconceived notions you had against Charlie Adelson and then treat him fairly? People would go, yes, we had to keep them. And I'm like, Josh Dubin was like, well, then he would ask them, like, okay, you had this preconceived notion that he was guilty, and it was in your head. Now that the judge tells you got to treat him fairly and block everything out, where in your head do you put those thoughts that you just came into the courthouse with just 10 minutes earlier? And a lot of people are like, no, you're right, I can't separate those thoughts. I don't know where in my brain I can put them. I mean, they're going to be in there somewhere because I had those thoughts coming in. Those people, we were able to strike for cause. But if someone came in and they said, I've read the Tallahassee Democrat, I watched TV, I know much about the case, yeah, I thought he was guilty, but listen, I can be totally fair, I can follow the rule of law, I can listen to what the judge tells me, I can obey the judge's orders. Well, they just rehabilitated themselves, and they're fit to serve on a jury. And then they can come in and say, well, my husband works in the sheriff's office. Do you know any other law enforcement officers? Yeah, like all his friends. Any other ones? Yeah, a lot of officers go to the same church I go to. Okay. Do you think that you can be fair and impartial? Absolutely. I'll listen to the judge's instructions. Okay, sweetheart, you make it to the next one. Yeah. No, I mean, it doesn't preclude them from serving on a jury. They could be a police officer. It doesn't preclude them from serving on a jury. But if they answer everything right, they don't get struck for cause, then you have to use one of your exes on it. But what you worry about is when people lie to get on the jury pool.
Yeah.
Because now they're important. Now they can write a book. Now they got a story to tell. Now they can go do an interview and tell what they were thinking when this Catwoman was presenting it and bring it all home for her. And listen, aside from the coincidences that they say are evidence, they're not evidence. That's a fucking coincidence. But they don't look at it like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They look at a coincidence and they're like, you're going to tell me I'm stupid. I mean, think about the one's name. Wendy's book, traveling down the street at the wrong time, in the wrong place, bottle of bullet bourbon.
Yeah.
The TV for. Yeah. And then the way it sounded in that book sounded like she was writing her plans and putting them to paper years before she carried them out.
Rather than talk about what the book was actually about, which was about illegal trafficking.
Right. It doesn't matter. I just read you 2 lines from the book and asked you a bunch of questions about her professor husband, her 2 kids, the town that they were stuck in that sounds like Tallahassee, and it was just a small stop on the way to civilization like Miami. Those are your words, aren't they, Wendy? Yep. Did you have something in mind while you were writing it? Like, those 4 things are like, one you can explain away. Listen, the bullet bourbon's easy because you got the email. Without the email, that would be the hardest one to explain away. Yeah. But you got the bullet bourbon, which is very easily explainable. But the others aren't really.
No, they're not.
I mean, it sounds like a very cunning, intelligent author foreshadowing or move from someone who's getting stuck in the town that sounds just like Tallahassee, with a school that's name sounds just like Florida State.
I'm trying to think what the bartender would say. They would say, It's not really that funny. I was trying to go for something like, you know, like if it was a new bar, he could say, "Welcome to the launch." Would you like to see something from our launch menu? 3 rocket scientists meet in a bar. Bartender says, "Would you like to order something from our launch menu?" That's not that bad. It could be worse. AI says this. Oh, look, he's on the AI. Maybe acapella is AI. Maybe you're all AI. How do we know? The bartender looks up and says, "What? Is this some kind of launch party?" You see, I am AI. Mine was better. Mine was better. Would you like to see something from our launch menu? Come on, acapella, give me the credit. That I beat AI. Will AI be a fucking net benefit to humanity? Well, I thought that's what I was here to do.
From a town that sounds just like Tallahassee, with her 2 boys and her professor husband moving away. The next one is, but that's, you know,
That's just saying how long ago it was.
well, she must have had it in the plans that long. That makes it even worse. She's been planning this a long time. And then the fact that she leaves her house and drives 7 miles and goes out of her way and drives by and does a U-turn on that street, that's a crazy coincidence. The book is crazy foreshadowing. The TV code is crazy code talk. Like, then you take those 3 coincidences and then you tie it in with upsent emails, you know, calling them curse words and Nazi uniforms for the kids, and it sounds like an unhinged lunatic is upset. Then you got check number 2, you know, and it's like, then you go ahead and you throw an autopsy photo up there for 10 minutes in between all those coincidences, and then you start talking about her divorce and about how she was really hiding how much she really hated Tallahassee, and like you got people hating you at that point.
Christina, whenever we do open the sidebar, our first 3 customers are going to be fucking rocket scientists at this rate, aren't they? And they're going to love the menu. I promise. I've got to get back to working on the menu, you know. Got to get back. For no reason. I just think it'll be a nice thing to produce. Funny, you know. Just nice. Just nice. So many great ideas from all you guys, though, as well. It was brilliant. I still fucking... What was it? Subpoena Colada blew me away, Christina. I mean, mucho respect for that. That was amazing. What was my good one? The impeach cobbler. The impeachment cobbler. Impeach cobbler.
And like, you don't have to like him. You can dislike him to acquit him. But here's the problem. You throw all this extraneous bullshit, coincidence, crap in the pot of soup, and then you start taking snippets of other things. Those snippets start carrying a whole lot more weight. That's where you got it all. That's how you tie it all together. You can't explain a coincidence.
She had a little help over the weekend because she was dead in the water on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Dead in the water. Everyone knew it.
Yeah.
She was
done. I mean,
Oh, listen to this now. Yeah, Kappelman. Kappelman was a drowning rat in a sinking ship. Friday, and then she ran to her fancy office where she had help with her PowerPoint slides. Oh my God. You know when you see someone lose, right? Just think back through your life. Maybe even yourself. I'm sure I've had moments at some point or another where you've lost, or someone has lost, and you're watching them complain and bitch and deny and, you know, throw a fucking tantrum or whatever it is, right? Basically doing what Donna's doing right now, and both of them. And you look at it and you go, man, you know, it would be so much, you would be so much cooler if you could take this, you know? There's a way for you to lose and be cool. And that's just so not Donna's speed, is it? Yeah, she was drowning. She was a drowning rat on a sinking ship on Friday, and that's why she took the weekend to get help. Struggling, Kappelman.
She was dead in the water, but she came. That was a TV production. That was she put those autopsy photos up for fucking 5-10 minutes. It felt like each time.
You know what? I've seen the state's PowerPoint slides presentation in all 3 trials, and I would not say that it's a example of any particular artistic nuance. You know, it's very basic. It's text. You know, sometimes they do that thing with the you know, the fanciest thing in it is where they've got how everyone links up. You know, Dan to Wendy, Wendy to Harvey and Donna, also Charlie to Harvey and Donna, Katie to Charlie, Katie to Sigfredo and Luis. You know, it's like a family tree sort of. That's the fanciest thing in it. He's acting like, oh, this big Hollywood production, made for TV, 48-hour Dateline classic special or whatever he says.
I never, you know, watching this, nobody saw even that they were putting anything up. Nothing. No, that was not.
Oh, yeah.
That was not shown.
Yeah, they wouldn't show it on TV. They showed the horrible photos, horrible. And she put it up, and she just let them. I mean, it's just like on a 10x12 projector, right screen, right in flat in front of it. Like you can't not look at it.
Only the jury saw that, right?
Well, I had it at a monitor in front of our desk, and it's hooked up to a monitor.
That's right. On your monitor.
So, yeah, so I had it square in front of my face on my monitor. And the monitor is like 1 foot high and 1.5 feet wide. But the projector is like an 8 by 10, 8 feet by 10 feet. And it's flat in front of the jury. And she would walk that up, and then she would talk and leave that up there for like, you know, for a while.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think twice, maybe 3 times. Each time she was talking for like 7 minutes while I was looking at a horrible photo. I mean, literally would make anyone very upset. Horrible photo. And it's like, you're looking at like a head shot on an autopsy table that was pretty fresh from that, you know, week. And it's horrible. People are looking at that. And then they're talking about, you know, and Wendy just happens to drive down the street. Like, why is she driving down the street? Somebody must have told her something. It's going to happen. Like, you know, tying it all together. The funny coincidences really help tie everything together. Because you can't explain the coincidence. I can't explain why you picked TV.
No.
I can't explain why Wendy has a TV repairman at the house. And most of all, I can't explain when when Wendy was moving out, and I said, what does Wendy need for her house? Just let me know, and I'll do my present. He said, well, she left the TVs behind. I said, all right, we'll go buy her a nice TV from Best Buy, and that'll be my divorce present to her. And in 2012, when I gave it to her, I made a stupid joke, which is like kind of a recycled joke. I've heard different variations of people. Like, you got someone a bottle of scotch. They'd be like, well, they were getting divorced. And they're like, well, I didn't know whether to get you a bottle of scotch or a hitman. So I got you the bottle of scotch. It was cheaper. Like, it's a fucking joke.
I have friends my age who have made that comment about their ex-wives. So it's nothing. It's not even young.
It's a recycled variation of a recycled joke, because obviously I was only getting her the TV set, and I know she was going through a hard time with him. I made it funny. That was it. I wish to God it was another object other than the TV. The same TV that she was having repaired that day, the same TV that you were bringing up when the Latin Candy member was extorting you. TV. I'll tell you it's a coincidence. Like, that's like someone saying you're stupid when they keep telling you a coincidence. But you can't explain it, because you can't explain a fucking coincidence. So Wendy showing, I mean, trust me, they're not going to back off Wendy showing up and driving down Prescott. I mean, which is asinine, because if you think about it, if someone hired a hitman, wouldn't the furthest place on the planet they would be is the crime scene?
See, but these people were so stupid. That's such an obvious answer. Such an obvious thing.
But what Kappelman said was she couldn't help herself, but then to go find out it was already done. She couldn't help herself. Well, I guess the person's crazy, and they really did do it. Okay, well, maybe she couldn't help herself. She wanted to go see if it was done. Could be an explanation. Like, she didn't show up. That's an explanation. Other than saying it's a coincidence. The other person saying the word coincidence, you got kind of an explanation. Like, she couldn't help herself. Like, it's sounding creepier as you're putting it together. Like, you know, and they laid groundwork with the book, the emails, the fucking TVs, bottles of bourbon. Like, I think all of it was to help tie bullshit facts together, combined with her saying that people said things they never said, was spectacular. If what she was saying was true, it's very believable. But what she was really honestly, and that's how I was feeling while I was watching it. I was thinking, like, shit, if what she was saying was actually true, I think it makes it easy to convict me. But it's not true at all. It's not facts. She couldn't stand up there with witnesses that supported her fucking story. But the crazy thing is the fucking coincidences you can't explain away. All you can say is it's a coincidence. You just don't want to use that word too many times. I feel like people are saying you're stupid. So I got 2% on my phone. I can talk to you guys sometime.
I thought you were going to get a chance to charge it tonight.
Well, no, they'll take it from me.
Oh, okay.
It shuts off. And, I probably got another 15 minutes of that. But I don't know. I literally feel like I'm going from winning the Super Bowl to holy shit. I've never had a letdown like this in my life. This is not just a letdown. This is like.
I was just going to say it's not a letdown. Believe me. I know it's not a letdown.
It's not a letdown. This is like a fucking nightmare. Like a letdown is like when your plane gets canceled and you get stuck at the airport.
Yeah.
Like, you know, something doesn't go your way and you go get a, you know, you reapply or get another job or you get fired. Like, this is like, holy shit. This is like,
yeah.
This is insane. No.
Feed.
Like,
yikes.
And the insurance pretty upset.
Oh my God.
Who?
He was upset. And everybody that loved you was upset. Friends of ours were upset. It was as I said, look, I've gotten all these phone calls tonight. I don't respond. I don't want to talk to anyone that Ruth called. I just let it go. I'm not answering any of these. The only reason I asked Rick and Sue to help is because I needed help. But other than that, no, nobody. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. I'll talk to Dan. That's it. I don't want to talk to anybody right now.
Yeah, trust me. I'm fucking speechless. I literally I wish I don't know how to describe. I said I wish it cancer on anybody, but I literally, I really think I would be way less unhappy if I found out I had a cancer and have a 50-50 chance of living and walked out today. Then
the good that Charlie would get out of flipping on Wendy, Brian, is petulant revenge. You know, if I'm gonna suffer, you're gonna suffer too. You know, he's not gonna get out of jail. He might get a nicer pillow. They might give him a nicer pillow. They'll probably give him a few things, make his life in there somewhat more, but that wouldn't be why he would do it. He's pissed at Wendy, and he'll become more and more and more pissed at Wendy. And after Donna is likely convicted, after Harvey dies, after Donna dies, which probably isn't going to be long for either of them, you know, he's definitely not made a move on Wendy while his farce of an appeal was in the pipeline, and Donna's got her own trial coming up. He's not going to interfere with that. But, you know, when it comes to a point where it's all settling down, if she's still out, that is going to bother him for sure. And I don't think he's not loyal to Wendy. She's certainly not loyal to him, you know.
this is insane.
This is insane. Absolutely insane.
Like this is. I mean, and the thing is, it won so fucking convincingly. Is what scares the shit out of me. Like this is exactly how I saw it being played out and coming up to Tallahassee. Exactly. And this is like without having Rick Boyer and Josh Dubin and the whole team of people working on it. It's an impossible fucking case to win. It's unwinnable.
Yeah. Yeah. The state has resources larger than the individual. I mean, that's fairly widely accepted, isn't it? You know, that's why they're in power. You know, I mean, what the fuck? Oh, they had help. I had to do everything on my own, so Kappelman should have to do it on her own. The state has resources greater than the individual. That's why they're in the fucking control position of control, power, whatever, rule.
Today I said, you could do this case 100 times. I don't think you would win one time.
Well, you only get to do it once, so what you just said is completely useless, Charlie. I mean, you could do this case 100 times, you know. But I said the other day, you know, about Jodi Arias, if she had had the opportunity to do that case 5 times over, I think she would have at least gotten a mistrial in one of them. Possibly. You know, it's fucking rolling the dice sometimes with a jury, but five times, she might have done it.
12 people to vote your way. 12. To have a verdict, it has to be unanimous. 12 for your 12 against you. Like
yeah.
I was thinking it was going to be like.
Hey Donna, I hope that sentence that Charlie just said is like echoing in your mind, you know, right now as you sit with what, 15 days to go. You have to get 12 people to vote your way. Pretty unachievable, you know. Perhaps she will achieve a mistrial with a plea of sympathy, because that's going to be her only argument in this trial. All the evidence is against her. She has no mitigators whatsoever. The only thing she's got is her fragility, age, you know. And in the letters that we get from Donna, almost in every single one, she describes herself as a woman that never so much as got a parking ticket in her life, right? That's a phrase I want everyone to listen out for. I can't wait. I think probably Zellman is going to use it in opening statement. This is a woman who never so much as got a parking ticket.
10-2, 11-1. I remember one time Dan saying also, like, he'd be pissed if we hang. Like, he didn't want to hang. He wants a fucking verdict. He wants to win.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll be pissed if we hang. He's like, we're not going to do worse than hanging. He goes, but I'm telling you, I'm coming there to win. I'm not coming there to hang. Like, think about what would have to happen in the next trial to walk out of that courthouse. That's like what one of the bailiffs was, the jail down below. Because you realize you need like 12 people to win. All 12 have to vote your way.
Right.
Not 11, 12. Has to be unanimous to walk out. So think about it. We just, with all the work that we did, we couldn't get 1 out of 12. That's scary.
I don't know how they picked the two people that were alternates, that both would have voted for you. How did they become alternates? How did that happen? Who picks the alternates?
It works that way because you go through the ones that you would pick, and then it's weird how it goes. It starts from the bottom and you start crossing people off the list, and then it's like, okay, after we both run out of X's, the next ones become alternates. It's like we forgot to them sooner. It kind of goes in order. So definitely one of the alternates was picked me. Definitely one of the guys would. I didn't know that there was a second one. Maybe there was a second. Maybe would have had a hung jury.
Yep, they would have had to hang it and do it again. And then you learn from the first one. Yep, but you know what?
And you run it back. But you're still in the game.
Right.
Like, not 1 in fucking 12? Like, and I hate to say it, but it's exactly what I fucking knew I was going to be dealing with when I came up here, and I felt it in my bones that this is what I'm going to have in Tallahassee when an Adelson comes up here, and it's going to be like like a fucking shit show, and you're not going to get a fair shot, this, that, and the other. And Dan was like, no, we're going to do the work, we're going to look at everything, we'll have answers for everything, like you're innocent, we'll be able to prove it, like, I'm coming up there to win, I'm not coming up there to hang. And I'm thinking, like, my gut, I'm like, no. He's like, we're coming up to win. When opening arguments happened that first day, he wrote out a piece of paper to me while I was sitting there in marker. We will win. He was so sure. He would never have taken his marker and go down a sticky pack.
No, totally
that will win.
He was. Everyone was sure, and he certainly, because he doesn't do that unless he believes it.
Yeah, it makes him look bad. It will make it look really bad. Right? Yeah. We will win. Like after they did their opening, like, oh, we got them. We got them. And like, and then as the case was going, I said to him, I said, how, it was Charlie, if you would have told me when he said to me, like after Friday, if you would have told me we'd be where we are today a week ago, I would have been ecstatic. That's after what, 7 days of trial testimony? So we did Thursday, Friday, then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then I testified on Thursday, testified on Friday. Wendy's divorce attorney testified that, like, no, these things were not a big deal to Wendy. They weren't a big deal to me. Like, we're, you know, and I said, Dan, how are we? Because Charlie, you had told me after 7 days of trial, we'd be where we are today. I would be very, very happy. Because I was ecstatic. He said, you're ecstatic. Monday comes, like Scott said, Georgia Kaplan put together it was like a TV movie with the whole case together. She sounded like perfect. They fucking didn't listen to a thing that had happened for the 7 days before, or the day and a half I spent on the stand.
The caller has hung up.
Oh.
Oi, we got through it. We got all the way through it. It was long. That is the end of call 14, everybody. Okay, so let's have a little look at our poll from the other day. What was it again? We were asking which Disney princess is Wendy's favorite and why. Okay, and what did people say? Amy said she sees herself as Belle, beautiful and intelligent, not. Oh yeah, and then I said, does that make Harvey Maurice? Oh, it's a bit small on the screen, isn't it? I don't know how to make that bigger. Maybe we can. There we go. That's better. Victoria Girl came in with a anime character, which is very accurate. I can't remember the description right now. Patricia Burns came in strong with, I see her more like Ursula from The Little Mermaid as she is when wooing the prince with her sweet fake-assed voice and image. Bravo for the yeah, no, that was a good answer. Ursula when she takes the form of a woman and steals the prince. And then someone says Wendy was actually Jasmine's immigration attorney, so I'm guessing Jasmine, which was nice. Ariel, Microbial Dance Buddy says Ariel, she wants to experience the human world so badly, but alas, she cannot. And then Metrix said, the way Wendy gets around, she probably is infested with crabs. If only we could put her under the sea. Which is a reference to the song. That sounded way better when I wrote it. I don't know if I like reading out my own comments. And then walk away, Renee. Or Renee. Walk away, Renee. Walk away, Renee. It must be Renee. Had a good one. She said Aurora would be her favorite. If she were Aurora, she'd have 3 little fairies to protect her and write her nasty emails with helpful suggestions, fight her fights with the big bad witch, make her magical clothes. This would mean she wouldn't have to wear repeat outfits for potential trials, and clean her house, although she is really good at cleaning out houses. They could do all of this while she is out searching the forest for berries and bullet bourbon. On the other hand, she'd like Ariel's contact lenses, which would make her eyes a fantastical blue color. Yeah, that. Well, that was a very good comment. Well thought out. We should say thanks for the well thought out comment, Renee. Princess, more like psych ward Barbie. Very good, very good, very good. Okay, I think we are leaving it there, people. Go to the thumbnail. Alright, so yeah, 6:30. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with what? With more calls? Or should we switch it up a bit? There's another 11 calls. I don't think all of them are that long, though. I'll make a judgment call on that tomorrow. I'll see if we can package it down. I'd like to maybe do some, listen to the calls and then mix in portions of another video. Lots to do. So much to do. Never-ending pile of stuff to do. Okay. But for now, we're going to say good night. We're going to say thanks for coming, thanks for commenting, thanks for super chatting, and super sticker giving, super coffee go getting, and all the fucking moderating. There was a lot of moderating tonight, huh? We don't often get one of these, what are they called? Dwarfs? These dwarfs, they don't come in Metrix channel very often, but tonight they did, or one did. At least one. Or maybe it really was 30 different people. There's an army of pink army. What was the name of that Puerto Rican male gay strip club? What was it? The Latin Ninja Kings. Brilliant. Acapella, the hot mic call was in the last segment of yesterday's stream. I'd say it was within the last 30 minutes of that video. If you want to check that out. We all like a bit of hot mic Donna, don't we? Of course we do. Alright, we're really going this time, guys. Thank you, everybody. Good night.